Chapter 233. So what if I believe you? What are you going to do? The leader of the inner core realm cultivators looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo angrily. The intense pain made his body convulse, but he still held on. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Is it fun to tease a person who is about to die? The words of a dying man are indeed true. You hit the nail on the head. You're right. It's really interesting. Zhuo Xiaojuo could clearly feel that after this person said I believe you, a cool feeling descended from the sky and merged into his meridians. The result of the three people's fortune-telling had actually allowed him to gather half a drop of luck point. This result surprised even Zhuo Xiaojuo. Of course, it was interesting. It seemed that even if he looked at such a tyrant's fortune sign, he could still gain luck points. I'm really a fortune teller. Since the luck points had already been received, Zhuo Xiaojuo did not hesitate any longer. He took out the dragon blood-flying dagger. The three of you, have a safe journey. Puff, puff, puff. The dragon blood-flying dagger flashed, and the three of them died almost at the same time. I helped you look at your faces. It's fate. I'll let you go in peace. The road to the netherworld is long. I won't see you off. Zhuo Xiaojuo sighed. I've been so accurate and good at reading, but you didn't give me any reward. Now that you're dead, the things you have left behind can be considered as a reward, right? As he spoke, he began to search the corpses. Don't you feel disgusted? Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned. Every meal is not easy to come by. Even a strand of it is difficult to obtain. Zhuo Xiaojuo said earnestly, people are guilty, but money is innocent. In this world, money is not omnipotent, but you can't do anything without money. We should never deprive this money of its right to circulate in the market. This money is buried in the ground. It's so unfair to the workers who made it. Their hard work is trampled on. We have to respect labor. After a busy harvest, so fucking poor. How can they be so poor? At the very least, they have one inner core and two embryonic breaths. The three of them only have one ring and nothing else. Zhuo Xiaojuo was very disappointed. He pocketed the cash, which amounted to less than 1,000, and then handed the dimensional ring to Zhuo Xiaoyan. That's all. Let's go. We'll look at our harvest when we get back. Zhuo Xiaoyan was now bent on investigating Zhuo Xiaoduo's dragon blood-flying dagger. She grabbed Zhuo Xiaojuo and soared into the sky, disappearing instantly. 10 minutes after the two disappeared, a black shadow floated out from 100 meters away, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Then, he raised his head and said, Teacher Mu, you're here too. Let's take a look together and discuss. Who else could it be but Qin Fangyang, Teacher Qin? In the distance, a white figure rose slowly. It was Mu Yangyang. One of them was worried about Zhuo Xiaojuo, while the other was worried about Zhuo Xiaoyan. Every night, they would secretly guard here. Tonight, the Ning family only sent a few small fries. There was no need for the two of them to intervene at all. They were killed by Zhuo Xiaojuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan. In other words, even if the Ning family sent out the whole family, they would only end up dead here, and Zhuo Xiaojuo and Zhuo Xiaoyan would not be hurt at all. After all, Qin Fangyang was not the same as before. His strength had greatly improved, and he was not weaker than an ordinary expert in the middle stage of the cloud transformation realm. Among the experts in the whole Phoenix City, even if he was not second to none, he was at least in the top 3. And Zhuo Xiaojuo and Mu Yangyang were completely unaware of this, and they could not be told. Otherwise, it would be inevitable that they would be fearless and slack off. That would not be good. Mu Yangyang floated out and looked at Qin Fangyang strangely. Teacher Qin, have you broken through? You have improved a lot. Just now, Mu Yangyang was hiding and did not find the existence of Qin Fangyang, but Qin Fangyang had found her. In the past, the two of them were almost neck and neck in terms of cultivation, neither of them was inferior to the other. But now, in this situation, Mu Yangyang did not retreat, so there was only one possibility. Qin Fangyang had broken through. Qin Fangyang sighed, alas, I didn't check it out. How could I suddenly break through? His tone was full of a kind of regret, as if the breakthrough was a big bad thing. Mu Yangyang was a little stunned. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she felt that she had nothing to say to this sentence. How could he suddenly break through without checking it out? This act of pretentiousness was really fresh and refined. He was indeed the master of Zhuo. But you said it in front of people like us who are stuck at the peak of nascent soul and can't break through. How can we bear it? Mu Yangyang secretly rolled her eyes at Qin Fangyang. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Originally, she found Qin Fangyang very pleasing to the eye. Now, he was a repulsive person, just like his apprentice, Zhuo. This master and apprentice both had a disease that would kill them if they didn't show off. Qin Fangyang stepped forward and looked at the 3 corpses on the ground. He whispered, "Weird, really weird." Mu Yangyang also stepped forward to take a look, and couldn't help but shrink her pupils. The 3 corpses lacked any blood, and their bones were loose. It seemed that they had been dead for several days, and even showed some signs of drying up. Seeing this scene, Mu Yangyang suddenly remembered the situation when she chased Chen Yuting and others that day. Thinking of what Jiang Zhongbin and other people of Starshield said at that time, and then looking at the corpses in front of her, and thinking about the moneygrubber's action of plundering the corpses, she suddenly understood everything. I see. It turned out to be this guy's doing all this time. After all this time, this little boy has been the mastermind behind the scenes. For a time, Mu Yangyang, who understood the past, was only stunned for a moment, and then fell into an incredible state again. But what on earth can make a corpse fall into the verge of decay in such a short time? Mu Yangyang muttered to herself. Qin Fangyang suddenly turned his head and said seriously, word by word, "Teacher Mu, I want to seriously remind you of something." "Go ahead. About this matter, I hope you can keep it to yourself." Qin Fangyang's eyes were shining, and he said, "This is my reminder to you." Mu Yangyang seemed to realize something and said, "Is it very involved?" Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, "With all due respect, the people and things involved. Even the entire Kunlun Taoism may not be able to bear it." Mu Yangyang was really shocked this time. The amount of information in this sentence was too much. Looking at Qin Fangyang's serious eyes, Mu Yangyang pondered for a long time, and then solemnly saluted, "I remember Teacher Qin's advice and will follow it. I will never dare to take half a step out of line." Qin Fangyang nodded and accepted the salute calmly. "What I find strange is not this matter, but Zhu Xiaoduo's actions." Qin Fangyang frowned and said, "Speaking of it. At that time, when the 3 people wanted to leave, spiritual thoughts directly killed them. I am not surprised. Even Zhuo Xiaoduo jumped out to stop it. I am not surprised. In the end, it was spiritual thoughts that did it. I am still not surprised. I am just curious. Why did Zhuo Xiaoduo have to read the fortune of these 3 people who are going to die? Why did he have to go through all this trouble?" Qin Fangyang furrowed his brows. "I really can't figure this out no matter how hard I try. Zhuo Xiaoduo has never been a sloppy person. When he fights, he doesn't even scold people. He just goes up and punches. He never talks about reason. How could such a person talk so much about 3 people who are going to die for so long? He read their fortune and fulfilled it. He doesn't seem to be such a person with bad taste." Qin Fangyang really didn't understand, and he really couldn't figure it out. In fact, it was not only him. Mu Yangyang also had a headache. She also didn't understand. At that time, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly jumped out to stop them to read their fortune. This action directly shocked the 2 of them. He said that they were going to have a bloody disaster, and then he made a bloody disaster. He said that they were going to be in danger, and then he killed them. It had to be said that this action could only be described with one word: disgusting. Well, if another adjective had to be added, it could only be described with another word: despicable. It was completely meaningless. Vent anger? How could he vent anger like this? How much was he tortured before he died? That wasn't the case either. After a few meaningless sentences, he killed them cleanly without any hesitation. Regarding this, I also don't understand. Mu Yangyang thought for a long time and honestly admitted that she didn't understand. She thought to herself, "You master and disciples' brain circuits are different from others." Qin Fangyang frowned and studied the 3 corpses again. Then, He flipped the two people in the embryonic breathing realm over and used his sword to cut open their waist muscles. Then, he saw two small white jade gourds at a glance. They were really small gourds. At most, they were only the size of sunflower seeds. However, Qin Fengyang's eyes narrowed when he saw them. Mu Yangyang didn't want to touch the corpses. Seeing Qin Fengyang make them so bloody, she didn't want to look at them even more. She only stood far away and asked, "Did you find anything else?" Qin Fengyang flipped the corpses over. With a hidden force, he shook the wounds that he had just made into mush. He shook the two gourds out and secretly held them in his hand. He said indifferently, "Nothing else. 2 in the embryonic breathing realm and 1 in the origin alchemy realm. They are all from the Ning clan. It seems that the Ning clan has indeed been going downhill these years. The aristocratic family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Hihi, it has declined." Mu Yangyang didn't feel anything unusual. She said, "Actually, this is normal. They have done too many outrageous things. It is inevitable that they will suffer from the backlash of fate." Qin Fengyang nodded and said, "I have to go back. Goodbye, Miss Mu." He cupped his hands and floated away. After he left, Mu Yangyang glanced at the 3 corpses. She went over to take a look and immediately discovered that Qin Fengyang had used his strength to shatter the corpses. She originally wanted to see why Qin Fengyang had shattered the corpses. However, after thinking about it, she didn't do anything. No matter what, Qin Fengyang is not a bad person. I don't have to get to the bottom of things that he doesn't want me to know. As he said, it may not be a good thing for me to know something that I shouldn't know. Mu Yanyan's delicate body floated up and left. Chapter 234. Ning Family. When Ning Suifeng returned home, it was already past midnight, but he couldn't get through to the people who were carrying out the mission. After a few times, he gradually felt that something was wrong. "Are 13 and the others back?" "Not yet. Send a few people to search for them. Report back as soon as you find them." The ominous feeling in Ning Suifeng's heart was getting heavier and heavier. With a sullen face, he kept pacing in the study, waiting for the news. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, the people who went out to search for the Ning family brought back 3 unrecognizable bodies. They were placed in the yard. Ning Suifeng looked at the 3 bodies for a long time. 3 more dead. "Can you tell who did it?" "I can't tell, but I can be sure that their legs were cut off by a sharp weapon first." "Patriarch, look, the place where their legs were cut off is flat, and there are no signs of their muscles spasming. This means that their legs were already cut off before they could feel any pain. The bone stubble is also smooth. The weapon used by the murderer should be a very thin sword. The sharpness of the sword has reached an unimaginable level. According to the intelligence, the Zhuo family doesn't have such a weapon. The spiritual thought goddess doesn't have it, and neither does the Zhuo Xiaoduo. Previously, the patriarch had already ordered them to give up on killing the spiritualist goddess. Based on the comparison of the strength of both sides at that time, there is a high chance that they were not killed by the spiritualist goddess. It was someone else. In addition, judging from the degree of decay of the corpses when they just died, the murderer is most likely practicing some kind of evil technique. And the lower back of these 2 people. This degree of shattering is not something that ordinary people can do. At least, it has to be above the level of nascent soul. An old man of the Ning family carefully examined the corpses for a long time and concluded there was an outsider interference. And it was a top master. As for why they were killed, I don't know. Maybe it was the protector of the spiritual thought goddess? Someone from the Kunlun Taoist sect? Bury them. Ning Suifeng looked up to the sky and sighed. Before he could finish his sentence, someone came forward to reporting to Master. 35th young Master has sent news. He's currently in the hospital. Young Madam is 7 months pregnant with twins. And she's having a miscarriage. Ning Suifeng stood there quietly. After a long while, he said with a trembling voice, "How many pregnant women are there now?" No one replied. "How many more?" Ning Suifeng shouted. "No more. Not a single one." The old man who had examined the corpse lowered his head. His face was blank. After a while, he said, before this month. There were a total of 47 pregnant women in the family. Now. All of them. Ning Xuefeng's body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. His body was trembling slightly. This was extreme fear. He knew better than anyone that if a clan wanted to rise, its population was the biggest factor. Only by constantly giving birth to new lives could the clan continue to prosper. Even if they suffered a temporary setback and declined temporarily, as long as their bloodline still existed, there would definitely be a chance for them to rise again. But now, the situation that he was most afraid of had appeared. Feng Shui situation. The person who set this up was simply vicious to the point of insanity. Obviously, this was to completely cut off the Ning clan's bloodline from the root. The ancestral tomb had collapsed and sunk to an unknown depth. All the pregnant women were gone. Then, when the Ning clan members who were still alive in the world grew old and died one by one, who would inherit the wealth and endless resources left behind? Pass down the order. Ning Xuefeng raised his head and stood in the night wind. He said softly, from today onwards, the men of the Ning clan will lift the ban on lust. Lift the ban on lust. That's right. There's no need for a formal marriage or even mutual love. There's no need for any sectarian bias. There's no need for aptitude. As long as they can sow the seeds of the Ning clan. That's enough. No matter where they live. Ning Xuefeng closed his eyes. He knew very well how sinful his decision was. A group of men of the Ning clan who had no scruples at all. Every one of them had skills that far exceeded ordinary people. To ordinary people, they were supermen with irresistible power. If this order was passed down, perhaps thousands of ordinary girls who were slightly beautiful would be killed. But he still gave this order. Would they be able to escape if they were not in the Ning clan? Ning Xuefeng thought so in his heart. Yes, master. The butler passed down the order. Ning Xuefeng walked towards the bedroom. He had to rest. The light shone on his body. His back, which had always been straight, was now bent. Everything depended on whether the key point could be found tomorrow. If it couldn't be found, Ning Xuefeng walked in. His lowered eyes shot out two vicious lights. If it can't be found, then even if the entire Ning clan's strength and the property accumulated over thousands of years, we must kill. Spiritual thought goddess and Zhuo Xiaojuo. What big plan? What does it have to do with my Ning clan? Different from Ning Xuefeng. Meng Tianyu let the secretary take turns to be on duty. She went to the study early. He didn't even turn on the light. He just sat in the study in a daze. He was in the dark and kept his eyes open until dawn. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhuo Xiaojuo returned home. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. This moneygrubber didn't even have the mood to wait for Zhuo Xiaonian to check the ring. It was obvious that he was really tired. Zhuo Xiaojuo, don't worry. I won't chase you anymore. I won't chase you anymore. Because the distance between us is too far. Since it's destined to be out of reach, why waste my effort and ask for trouble? Zhuo Xiaojuo smiled when he heard that. Okay. We'll be friends from now on. Millimeter friends. Goodbye, Zhuo Xiaojuo. Bai Bingbing waved her hand and smiled. I'm going to class. Like an agile deer, he quickly turned around and ran into the school like a wisp of smoke. She didn't say anything. Why was she sorry? Why was she thanking him? She didn't say anything. Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't ask either. Zhuo Xiaojuo smiled from the bottom of his heart as he watched Bai Bingbing run into the school. Fortunately, he didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, this bright and beautiful smile would definitely disappear forever. Chapter 235. Inside the school. Hu Ruoyun looked at Bai Bingbing, who ran over with a smile, but secretly shed a few tears. Bai Bingbing took a few deep breaths and returned to her lively self. She turned to look at Zhuo Xiaojuo, who was back to being a charlatan and fortune-teller, and her expression softened. To be honest, Zhuo Xiaojuo handled the situation better than she had imagined. He didn't eat the buns, and it seemed like he was pretending to be confused, but did he really not intend to pursue the matter? Was it really just the 3 reasons he had mentioned the other day? Or was there another reason? But Ruoyun knew that from this moment on, there was no answer to this question. Because there were no IFS in this world. After seeing a few people, Zhuo Xiaojuo entered the school 10 minutes earlier than usual and went to class because he had something on his mind. He was surprised to find that the students in the class today, except for Long Yusheng, Wn Lixio, Li Changming, Yu Moyan, and Li Chenglong, were all absent. They had probably gone out to train. Qin Fangyang, on the other hand, was standing on the podium with his hands behind his back. Seeing Zhuo Xiaojuo appear at the door, Qin Fangyang turned to look at him. Zhuo Xiaojuo suddenly felt a pressure greater than a mountain coming at him. After Qin Fangyang's breakthrough, the aura that flowed out of him was even thicker, especially when facing Zhuo Xiaojuo. It was as if he didn't restrain himself at all. He looked as if he was going to crush this guy into pieces. Zhuo Xiaojuo instantly felt that he was half a head shorter. Do you feel like you've broken through today? Qin Fangyang's face was solemn, and his eyes were heavy, but one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. No. No. Zhuo Xiaojuo panicked. It seemed that he couldn't avoid today's beating. He made up his mind and gritted his teeth. It was better to be straightforward than to be in pain for a long time. Zhuo Xiaojuo turned around with a heroic face, stuck out his butt, and assumed a standard posture of being beaten. He said, "Teacher Qin, I know you're going to teach me a lesson again. Come on, let's be straightforward and give me a quick one." Qin Fangyang was stunned. "I didn't want to beat you up today. It must have been hard on you. Your posture of being beaten was so perfect." Looking at this but, it was obvious that it had been tempered thousands of times and experienced countless times. Phut. Ha 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 ha. Wan Lixio and the others were immediately amused by Zhuo Xiaojuo's strange and familiar movements, as well as the popular and suggestive posture, and they all held their bellies in laughter. "Stand up." Qin Fangyang's face darkened. "I don't want to beat you up today. All of you, remove all the weights on your bodies. I'll give you an hour to familiarize yourselves with your current state. After that, follow me to the testing room." Testing room. Long Yusheng and the others' eyes lit up when they heard this. The testing room was a place to test one's strength after breaking through to the Xiantian realm. Why would we have to go there now? Qin Fangyang's face was calm, but his heart was already very excited. Each of these little fellows had already suppressed their cultivation 3 or 4 times. Qin Fangyang had only helped to suppress it twice. Now that he was going to test it, it should be about the same. Long Yusheng and the others were hesitant, but their hands didn't slow down. They quickly removed the weights, and immediately, the floor was in a mess. Only Zhuo Xiaojuo was still undoing it. The weights on his body were much more than the others. His fingers, wrists, elbows, shoulders, arms, back, abdomen, waist, buttocks, thighs, calves, there were weights everywhere. On the surface, all the weights were removed. Zhuo Xiaojuo seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then he took off his shoes. This guy's toes were also tied with weights, and he slowly removed them. However, it didn't matter if he took off his shoes. What the? Wan Lixio covered her nose and rushed out. Immediately, Long Yusheng shouted, "Oh no! There's poison. It's highly toxic. Brothers, let's run." Covering his nose, he took the lead and rushed out. The others also rushed out of the door in a hurry. Only Zhuo Xiaojuo and Qin Fangyang were left in the room with an innocent face, and a certain smell that permeated the whole space. Qin Fangyang sighed deeply. "If I didn't see you taking off your shoes with my own eyes, I would have thought that we were at a salted fish manufacturing base by the sea." "Zhuo Xiaojuo, don't you take a bath?" "I take a bath every night," Zhuo Xiaojuo said as if he had been wronged, "but every morning, I run here while carrying 4,000 pounds, and stand on one leg to read my fortune." This. Qin Fangyang shook his head. He finally couldn't stand it and quickly walked out. Quickly finish it and throw it out to disperse the smell, this smell. After a while, Zhuo Xiaojuo finally came out with a relaxed body. After removing all the weights, Zhuo Xiaojuo felt that he was almost flying. Even when he walked, he could feel the empty air in his pants, and the wind was whistling. Probably because of the weight, Everyone wore clothes that were 2 sizes too big. The few people outside also had a look of novelty on their faces as they bounced and jumped. They all felt that they had become experts in an instant and were insufferably arrogant. They were extremely excited and overjoyed. An hour of relaxation time was enough for everyone to familiarize themselves with their current state. However, the wonderful time was always fleeting, and it passed in the blink of an eye. Let's go. Qin Fangyang led the way in front and went to the testing room. At the entrance of the testing room, Luo Lai was already waiting there. Have you arranged it? Qin Fangyang asked. Yes. All the teaching staff have been chased out by me. I have also cut off the power of all the monitoring equipment to ensure that there will be no relevant records of today's test. Luo Lai said. Qin Fangyang nodded and said, Li Chenglong. Yes. Go in and do a check to confirm the situation that teacher Luo said. Yes. Seeing Li Chenglong go in, Luo Lai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Fangyang, do you have to not believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. I just don't want any accidents. Qin Fangyang said seriously, for some things, the more confident you are, the better. Luo Lai could only smile bitterly. The caution that Qin Fangyang displayed at this moment had already reached a considerable level. Li Chenglong ran out. Teacher Qin, Teacher Luo is right. Then let's go in. Qin Fangyang and Luo Lai led the way in. As they walked, Qin Fangyang instructed, Old Luo, regarding the test data of these kids, you must destroy it on the spot. Not a single bit can be leaked. Luo Lai nodded and said, yes, I understand. Although he said that, in reality, he didn't really understand. At least, he didn't understand why Qin Fangyang was so serious. It seemed like he was making a big fuss over a small issue. They were just a few martial master kids. Was there a need to be so serious? The few of them entered the testing room. The first thing that caught their eyes were a few machines. This is to test the attack strength of a martial master. 5,000 jin. Luo Lai said. However, Qin Fangyang didn't stop walking. He walked all the way to the testing machine for Xiantian cultivators. It was also a target, but there was a screen above it. With one punch, the accuracy of the attack strength could be instantly calculated. This is a testing machine that only Xiantian cultivators can use. Luo Lai frowned and said, these kids haven't reached the Xiantian realm. There's no point in using this to test them. The starting point of this machine is 8,000 jin. We'll use this to test them. Qin Fangyang said decisively. Then, he thought for a moment and said, I think it might not be enough. Hearing this, Luo Lai's facial muscles twitched. A punch of 5,000 jin is the standard of a peak martial master. It has to be at least 8,000 jin to be considered a minor Xiantian. And a punch of 10,000 jin is the true starting point of an Xiantian cultivator's strength. Luo Lai advised earnestly, the lower limit of this machine is 8,000 jin. Teacher Qin, it doesn't matter if you can hit them or not. However, if you hurt the student's self-esteem, that's not good. What's the upper limit of this machine? Qin Fangyang patted the strength testing machine. 100,000 jin. Qin Fangyang's eyes looked at the few of them and said, WN Li Xiu, you go first. Everyone get ready. We'll test 2 rounds. Okay. WAN Li Xiu took a step forward. In this position, use the mountain steps and concentrate all your strength. When you punch, you must hit the target. Understood. WAN Li Xiu concentrated and suddenly got into a fighting stance. With a loud roar, her fist rushed out like a muffled thunder. The moment she punched, her beautiful hair suddenly flew back as if it was hit by a hurricane. Just by looking at this stance, Luo Lai, who was an expert in cultivation, immediately blurted out, damn, this kind of momentum, even if it was a Xiantian cultivator, very few of them would be able to do it. Boom. WN Li Xiu heavily punched the bull's eye. With a clang, the big iron ball that was hanging on the side suddenly bounced up. It was pulled up by a spring for 3.5 feet. It even stopped in the air for a moment before it fell down with a loud bang. At the side, Luo Lai's mouth suddenly opened wide as if he had seen a ghost. On the screen, The numbers rose and fell like a tide. Finally, it stopped at a number. 58,500 jin, Li Chenglong, record. Qin Fengyang's voice was very rigid. It was neither sad nor happy. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep sense of gratification. Some time ago, he had passed on the torch and burned himself. This kind of instilling without sparing any cost had produced good results. These people's foundation was good. Moreover, he had spared no expense in instilling them. Their starting point had already far surpassed other martial masters and even Xiantian cultivators. Qin Fangyang knew this in his heart. However, to be able to hit such a number was enough to prove Wn Li Xiu's usual efforts. His instilling was not worthy of Qin Fangyang's pride. However, Wn Li Xiu's own efforts made Qin Fangyang deeply feel that it was worth it. He was very gratified. In the end, he did not let down his efforts. Yes. Li Chenglong neatly recorded this number on a small piece of paper he had brought. Wn Li Xiu, 58,500 jin. Wn Li Xiu maintained her punching posture. Her eyes were fixed on the screen. When the number stopped, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of regret flashed in her eyes. It still did not break through 60,000 jin. Just a little bit more. What a pity. She sighed softly. Luo Lai opened his eyes wide. He looked at Wn Li Xiu as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with this Wn Li Xiu? Why does she look like she is not satisfied? Luo Lai was almost going crazy with this situation. Chapter 236. For ordinary martial arts school students, even if they reached the Xiantian realm or even the peak of the Xiantian realm, the most outstanding ones would only be able to reach a strength of 60,000 to 70,000. And for those who could reach that level, they would at least be at the peak of the Xiantian realm. They would be walking the path of thorns, or had already started walking the path of thorns, or had even finished walking the path of thorns. Oh, and there was another level. Only boys could do it. Girls. Since the establishment of the second high school, there had never been anyone who could reach such a strength in the Xiantian realm. Now, this girl in front of him could actually punch out a strength of 58,500 jin when she was at the peak of the martial master realm and had yet to reach the Xiantian realm. Luo Lai suddenly understood. Why did Qin Fangyang have to be so cautious? For such a genius, even if he had to be more cautious, it was only right. Amazing. Amazing. Luo Lai clapped his hands and looked at Wn Li Xiu with admiration from the bottom of his heart. You are indeed amazing. Teacher Qin, I, Luo Lai, am truly impressed by you. Qin Fangyang's mouth curved slightly. Admire? It was still too early for you to admire her now. Long Yusheng. Here. Go. Yes. Long Yusheng stepped forward and stood at the same position as Wn Li Xiu. He looked at the target in front of him and took a deep breath. Then, he shouted and punched out. With a loud bang, the big metal ball bounced up 4.5 feet with a bang. It also stopped for a moment before falling down again. Luo Lai's eyes bulged. At this moment, a terrifying and absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that these 6 people were all such geniuses? They all had similar strength. If he had not seen it with his own eyes and only heard about it, he would have thought that it was absurd. But the reality was right in front of him. His heart was filled with fear and shock. 83,700 jin. Li Chenglong took out a small notebook to record. Long Yusheng heard this and widened his eyes. Looking at this number, he did not know if he was relieved or regretful. Wn Li Xiu pouted and looked at Long Yusheng. This guy, he actually hid his strength. His usual performance was about the same, but now his performance in the strength test was so much better than mine. Then, Yu Moyan. Here. Go. Another loud bang was heard. Li Chenglong's record, Yu Moyan, 82,700 jin. Next was Li Zhongming. 82,000 catties. Finally, it was Li Chenglong's turn. Swollen gathered all his strength into his hands. With a roar, he also threw out a punch and directly punched out an impressive value of 85,000 pounds. This number had astonishingly surpassed everyone present. At this moment, not only Luo Lai, but even Qin Fangyang looked over in astonishment. Long Yusheng and the others glared at him with dissatisfaction. Swollen was so arrogant now. They really wanted to beat him up. Seeing that his swollen vanity had been satisfied like never before, he opened his mouth wide and cupped his fists in a bow, laughing incomparably infuriatingly. "Thank you for letting me win, please excuse my ridicule." Qin Fangyang stood at the side with his arms crossed and said expressionlessly, "Let's do it again and confirm that the data is accurate." Luo Lai hurriedly stopped him. "Let's do it again later. Isn't there still one more? Zhuo Xiaojuo hasn't tried yet." The previous 5 people, no matter which one it was, could already be considered an unprecedented peerless genius in Phoenix City. Luo Lai was really curious. As the leader of these 5 people, what level was Zhuo Xiaojuo at now? Qin Fangyang ignored him and immediately ordered the second round to begin. Originally, they had to do it twice, but after Qin Fangyang looked at it twice, he muttered to himself and let them do it a third time. Long Yusheng and the others all did it 3 times and took the average of the 3 times as the final judging data. However, everyone's results were about the same as the first punch. The difference was similar. Qin Fangyang finally nodded. Then, it was Zhuo Xiaojuo's turn to go on stage. "Zhuo Xiaojuo, you come to this machine." Qin Fangyang walked to the side of the embryonic breathing realm strength testing machine and patted it. Luo Lai's head was full of sweat. "Teacher Qin, this machine has a starting point of 100,000. This is a testing machine that can only be done by at least the embryonic breathing realm. Even though Zhuo Xiaojuo is a peerless genius, but you don't have to worry about it. Just wait for the show." Qin Fangyang arranged for Zhuo Xiaojuo. "Stand here and punch. Oh right, don't use any special martial arts to increase your attack power." Zhuo Xiaojuo nodded and walked over step by step. He stood still and took a deep breath. His gaze became unprecedentedly sharp and focused on the little red dot on the target in front of him. The others were surprised to find that Zhuo Xiaojuo's whole body seemed to have swollen. His whole body seemed to have doubled in size. Woof woof. Zhuo Xiaojuo exhaled and let out a roar that sounded like thunder. It was a very imposing manner, but this sound almost made everyone's soul fly out of their bodies. Luo Lai, who was paying special attention to Zhuo Xiaojuo's movements, felt his scalp go numb and his back turn cold. He almost had an orgasm. Fuck, did he have to be so different? Even when he exhaled, it was a woof instead of a woof. However, at this moment, Zhuo Xiaojuo had already lunged forward and punched. His fist was like a sledgehammer that could split the sky and earth. It smashed hard on the testing machine's target. With a loud bang, the entire testing machine was shaken back and forth by this huge impact. It made a cracking sound. The random big metal ball suddenly rose 4.5 feet and spun in the air. It stayed in the air for a full 3 seconds before falling down. Crash. The numbers on the screen were like a waterfall pouring down. Luo Lai subconsciously moved closer. At this moment, he felt that his eyes had gone blind. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes. He squeezed his eyes hard and moved closer to take a look. The numbers had not changed at all. They were shining brightly. Fuck. 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 Luo Lai said repeatedly. He only had one feeling now. What did I just see? Did I witness a miracle? Or was it a miracle? The numbers displayed on the screen were especially dazzling. It was 299,100 pound. Long Yusheng and the rest were all stunned. WN Lishio looked at the number that she had punched out, which was 58,500 pounds. She could not help but have the urge to cry. Was the difference so big? She had trained so hard and worked so hard day and night. In the end, the punch that she had punched out was not even a fraction of the other person's. Even if this person was Zhuo, it should not have been like this. Everyone present fell into a silent atmosphere. Even Qin Fangyang's pupils couldn't help but abruptly shrink. Although he already had some guesses about Zhuo Xiaojuo's current level, he was still shocked by this number. It was too high. It was unexpectedly high. In the martial master realm, He had actually punched out 299,100 pounds of attack power. What was the difference between this and an attack power of 300,000 pounds? No wonder. Qin Fangyang pondered in his heart. No wonder Zhuo Xiaojuo could use hidden weapons. Such a fragile hidden weapon made of jade could directly injure two embryonic breathing realm practitioners. Moreover, it penetrated deep into their muscles and damaged their meridians. If he did not have this kind of attack power, how could it be explained? Qin Fangyang's face was calm, as if this result was nothing special. He said indifferently, "Give me 2 more punches." "All right." After 2 loud bangs, the number was fixed. The second punch, 298,700 pounds. When it came to the third punch, which was also the last punch, the final number was a terrifying 299,999 pound. The big metal ball flew up 5 feet and spun rapidly at the top. It almost flew out. Luo Lai's eyes were dull as he muttered to himself, only 1 pound away from breaking the record. My God! Such an eye-catching number. Are you writing a novel? Full of shock, he turned his head again and focused his attention on Zhuo Xiaojuo, the monster. He saw this guy walk to the middle of Long Yusheng and the other 4 people. He sighed sadly, failure. It actually did not reach 300,000 pounds. The starting number is only 2. Compared to your 5 and 8, it is far worse. I am very disappointed. The faces of the 5 people twitched as they looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo as if they wanted to eat him alive. At this moment, there were only 2 words in their minds. Despicable. How despicable can you be? They really did not want to bother with him and turned their heads. Despicable. Luo Lai cursed in his heart. He finally turned his head and patted the testing machine. He sighed, "This testing machine is really good." Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, how can it not be good? If there was even a little bit of slack, it would have exploded today. It is indeed not bad. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "The performance of the 5 of you is not far from my expectations. It can be considered as a pass." Zhuo Xiaojuo and the others nodded in unison, their faces filled with joy. Luo Lai turned his head away. His face was extremely twisted in a place where no one could see. He cursed in his heart, "This is the fucking act tough king. I have lived my whole life, and today I have witnessed the birth of the second high school's act tough king. Qin Fangyang's acting tough is enough to be written into the second high school's textbook. He has produced a group of unprecedented geniuses. One of them might even be a peerless demon in the entire continent." But from his mouth, he only said, "It's considered a pass." What the fuck? I feel like I'm going to go crazy. Luo Lai swallowed the inexplicable vulgarities that were about to come out of his mouth. He tried his best to restrain the urge to rush up and beat Qin Fangyang up. I can't go up. I can't beat him. I want to act tough like this for once in my life. Luo Lai complained in his heart. I guess the chances are slim not. Today's results only represent the hard work you have put in the past. Qin Fangyang said, "Remember your own values and go back to practice. You can go directly to the gravity room. Zhuo Xiaojuo, you can enter the 50x gravity room now." "Yes, Teacher Qin. Don't forget to wear weights." "Yes. Got it. All of you can leave now." Qin Fangyang waved his hand and shooed the 6 of them out as if he was shooing flies. He closed the door and turned around. Luo Lai's eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was envy, jealousy, longing, jealousy. Qin Fangyang could see it all. Old Luo, how was it? The students had already left, so Qin Fangyang did not continue to hold on. He shrugged his shoulders and grinned. He smiled at Luo Lai. "These few students of mine, do you think they are still passable? I'm ashamed to say that with my teaching standards, this is the best I can do." Qin Fangyang sighed, "I'm ashamed." Chapter 237. Qin Fangyang. Luo Lai gritted his teeth. "I've seen countless people acting tough in my life, and I've also seen countless people showing off. However, I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would definitely beat you to death." Old Luo was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. If he could train such a student, he would be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. Qin Fangyang had taught 6 of them in one go, and one of them might even be the only one in the entire continent. He still had to act so indifferent. If he wasn't the act tough king, then what was? And that's all he could do. Old thing. Luo Lai felt that his envy and jealousy had become twisted. When he looked at Qin Fangyang again, he felt that he was not pleasing to the eye. Old Luo, this kind of thing depends on fate and luck. You can do it. Qin Fangyang patted Luo Lai's shoulder. I believe in you. Under your guidance, such geniuses will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain, endless and unending. You don't know how troublesome and tiring it is to teach a student like Zhuo Xiaojuo. At any time, anywhere, you have to be on guard against his sudden outburst of arrogance. Qin Fangyang acted as if he could not bear to look back on the past and sighed, it's tiring. Luo Lai exposed him in disdain. Keep pretending, keep pretending. If I could have such a student, I'd be willing even if it was 10 times more tiring than you. Yes, you're right. So whether it's Zhuo Xiaojuo or the others, I can't give them to you. Qin Fangyang patted Luo Lai's shoulder. Old Luo, don't be envious. Even if you're envious, it's useless. Luo Lai was furious. Who's envious? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He scolded, your students have all left, why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Qin Fangyang smiled, I'm trying to console you. I don't need your consolation. I'm afraid you're jealous. I'm not jealous. Who's the bastard who told others about what happened today? Whoever said that is a bastard. Yen, that's settled then. Qin Fangyang waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. Watching Qin Fangyang walk further and further away, Luo Lai couldn't help but spit and murmured, I knew you old bastard wouldn't be at ease. Even at the last sentence, you still wanted to dig a hole for me. Do you think I'm stupid? How could I tell anyone about such an important matter? I'm doing this for the good of those kids. Qin Fangyang, aren't you looking down on others too much? That morning, Zhuo Xiaojuo and the others were still sweating profusely in the gravity room. In Phoenix City, even though the pressure was as heavy as it was now, and Star Shield was hanging high like a sword, there was still an unprecedented jubilation. Especially on the internet, it was like a boiling pot. There was no other reason. Just last night, Jiyu Luoyang had arrived at Antai City, which was only a few hundred li away from Phoenix City. Jiyu Luoyang will hold a concert tour in Antai City as scheduled. Today was the first day of Jiyu Luoyan's concert. Jiyu Luoyan's stay in Antai City was very short, only 3 days in total. Many of Jiyu Luoyan's fans were discussing enthusiastically. Those who could afford it even began to call their friends and rushed to Antai City. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Taijiang looked at the people on the street who were discussing enthusiastically. They couldn't help but be confused and confused. When did a singer become so popular? Wu Taijiang scratched his head with his carrot-like fingers. He was very confused. Don't let Xiao Nan hear you. Xiao Xiong Nan is this girl's fan. Zhuo Changlu smiled. Xiao Xiong Nan is really old. Doesn't he know how old he is? Wu Taijiang snorted. Zhuo Changlu snorted and said, if I'm not wrong, Jiyu Luoyan's destination is definitely not Antai City. It's definitely Phoenix City. Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes. Taijiang, let's make a bet. If this girl doesn't come to Phoenix City, I'll be your follower from now on. If she comes, you'll lose something to me. How about it? Zhuo Changlu seemed to suddenly think of something. He was very interested in the bet. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Boss, what do you like about me? Can you not trick me? If you're not sure about something, will you bet with others? Zhuo Changlu was displeased. Am I that kind of person? I think you can be more confident and get rid of the R. Wu Taijiang rolled his eyes. Back then, because our people were caught by the raging fire, you came forward and made a bet with the raging fire witch. You claimed that as long as you lost, you would give the Sun Moon Pass to others. If you won, you didn't want anything else but a person. In the end, that idiot bet with you like an idiot. Then he was tricked by you and never appeared again. How many years has it been? Even someone like Lai Hua could be tricked by you like that. If I still dare to bet with you, I'm just looking for trouble and depression for myself. Zhuo Changlu touched his nose and said, "What are you talking about?" I didn't expect Lai Hua to agree without thinking. Wu Taijiang, forget it. Do you dare to say that you didn't plan that bet long ago? Of course it was planned. How could I not plan it well? Zhuo Changlu stared and said, if I wasn't 100% sure, how could I bet on the Sun-Moon Pass? Are you kidding me? But Lai Hua was tricked by you. He even thought that he took advantage of you. That's his wishful thinking. Wu Taijiang thought and suddenly laughed. Back then, we were captured by more than 3,000 people, but you only wanted one person. I guess Lai Hua must have thought that there was something wrong with your brain. In the end, after you won, you didn't want any of our people. You only wanted the wife of Lai Hua to accompany you for a drink, a song, and a dance. Wu Taijiang slapped his thigh and almost burst into tears. Then, in front of millions of troops on both sides, you chased after Lai Hua for his wife. However, Lai Hua couldn't say anything. The bet was a person, but there was no stipulation on who it was. Later, Lai Hua found a middleman and almost begged you to release all of our people. He even compensated you with 10 rings filled with 100 cubic meters of things. Only then did he redeem his wife. He made a bet with others and then lost his wife. From then on, Lai Hua became the laughingstock of the entire UMNO alliance. That guy was also a person who cared about his face. He didn't appear at all. It was equivalent to eliminating 2 big enemies for us at once. Lai Hua and his wife, ha ha ha. The more Wu Taijiang talked, the happier he was. Zhuo Changlu stopped him several times, but Wu Taijiang turned a deaf ear. This matter was so funny and so satisfying. Every time Wu Taijiang talked about it, he had to finish it. Otherwise, his thoughts wouldn't be clear and he wouldn't feel good. According to Wu Taijiang, he could talk about this joke for the rest of his life. He was counting on this joke to survive. Brothers were, just say it. What else do you want? Just say it. Anyway, I won't bet with you. Wu Taijiang said seriously, for what you have done over the years, I, Wu Taijiang, admire you from the bottom of my heart. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. You really want to give it to me? Zhuo Changlu's smile was very sly. I'll give it to you. Wu Taijiang said firmly. Well, Xiaonian's defense is still SOSO. Zhuo Changlu said, go to your aunt and take her clothes. Puff. Wu Taijiang spat out a mouthful of tea on the street. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Zhuo Changlu pinched his philtrum and kicked him, but he didn't wake up. Wu Taijiang was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. So what if he fainted? Just you wait. Zhuo Changlu was furious. Wu Taijiang, I told you to eat every day and not do anything. It's just a piece of clothing. You. Wu Taijiang opened his eyes and said angrily, if you want that piece of clothing, why don't you go get it yourself? Go find my aunt and take it off for her. You want me to go? How many lives do you think I have? Zhuo Changlu was also angry. Me? Go by myself. How many lives do you think I have? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Taijiang coughed. Yes, brothers didn't have it easy either. The two stopped talking and thought about their own problems. After a long time, they sighed at the same time, feeling a little dispirited. Oh right, why did Jiyu Luoyang come to Phoenix City? Wu Taijiang asked casually. She might not have wanted to come. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly and said lightly, but it's possible. Now is the time when the wind and clouds are gathering. Jiyu Luoyang is also a phoenix. Since the wind and clouds are gathering, even if she doesn't want to come, she will be pushed here. She just came to see. Who's better and who's worse? Zhuo Changlu smiled helplessly. You know, when dragons meet, I'm afraid they won't pay attention to each other. It's normal for them to brush past each other. But when phoenixes meet, there must be a winner. Let's see if your daughter can win. Wu Taijiang curled his lips and suddenly had a thought. Brothers is your daughter the daughter of you and my aunt? Then you brought her here. Hu. Before he could finish, Zhuo Changlu covered his mouth and said sternly in a low voice, "Bullshit. How can you say that?" Wu Taijiang almost suffocated. When Zhuo Changlu finally let go, Wu Taijiang was panting, but his face was full of fear. "Hurry up and get to work." Zhuo Changlu didn't dare to chat with this guy anymore. "You call that a fucking mouth? How dare you talk about everything? After you're done hammering, you should hurry up and leave. I'm seeing more and more of you now. You call that a fucking mouth?" Zhuo Changlu had a headache. If something happened to him, it would be troublesome, super troublesome. While Zhuo Changlu and Wu Taijiang were chatting, Meng Tianyue's dinner party finally welcomed guests. The whole Teng family was dressed up and came to the banquet in advance. Chapter 238. Cloud Pavilion was located next to the Meng family's headquarters. Teng Guangyuan was pleasantly surprised to find that when his family arrived, Meng Tianyu's family was already waiting at the entrance. "Ha ha ha ha. Brother Teng, long time no see." Meng Tianyu's enthusiasm made Teng Guangyuan feel as though he was in a dream. He was so surprised that he was about to go silly. For a while, he could not help but smile. Shaking his fat body, he quickly ran over and extended his hands from a distance. His fat face bloomed like a flower. "Chief Meng, Chief Meng. Chief Meng, ha ha. You are too polite, too polite." Meng Chen Tian had a scholarly air with a kind smile on his face. On the other side, Ting Hao looked at the outstanding beauty Meng Chen Yu. His eyes were glued to her, and he could not take his eyes off her. Meng Chen Yu frowned, her face filled with disgust. Please. You are an honored guest today. This must be younger sister, right?" "Ha ha, younger sister and my brother truly are a match made in heaven. Please, let us speak inside." The Meng family warmly invited the Ting family into Cloud Pavilion. They sat in the elevator and went straight to the top floor. Although Teng Guangyuan was the head of a bureau and had a bit of authority, when had he ever received such treatment in his life? The elevator slowly ascended, and Phoenix City appeared before their eyes one floor at a time. Teng Guangyuan's face was reserved, as though he had already become accustomed to this. Introducing this and that to his son and wife, he acted as though he was passing judgment. What did they see on this floor? What did they see this time? What did they see on the next floor? This is a true sightseeing elevator. It is intimately connected with all the surrounding buildings. Only the corresponding scenery can be seen on each floor. Layers upon layers of power were intense to the extreme. But at the top floor, the scenery is limitless. Legend has it that there was once a poet who wrote a poem specifically for this elevator. Teng Guangyuan recited, "Thousands of sceneries, tens of thousands of styles. Each floor has its own view, and this is the only building in the cloud." Smiling, he said, "This is Cloud Pavilion. It can be said to be second to none in our Phoenix City. It is the most high-end place." This was also the first time the mother and son had seen such a scene. Their eyes were completely dazzled, and they repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. Meng Chen Yu, however, felt even more impatient. "Is there something wrong with my father's brain? Why did he attract these three bumpkins?" Looking at the way this country bumpkin entered the city, it was really. The top floor of the Yunduan Pavilion was a huge space. There were already more than a dozen people in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, leisurely drinking coffee or sipping red wine as they watched the magnificent scenery. They were Master Feng and the other Qi gazers. Meng Tianyu did not look in that direction. She was still eagerly greeting the Ting family and enthusiastically leading them to the table in the middle. As soon as they sat down, a clatter was heard around the table, and a curtain made of fist-sized pearls fell and fluttered around them. For a moment, the light refracted the pearls, making them look like a dream. Teng Guangyuan's wife couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes already filled with intoxication. "Bring the wine." Meng Tianyu clapped her hands. At this moment, Master Feng, who was sitting by the window, suddenly widened his eyes and turned pale. Sitting here, his mission was to look again and confirm Teng Hao's identity. Now that he saw it clearly, he was almost scared out of his wits. No. That's not it. He found the wrong person. The young man he saw today and the young man he saw that day were two completely different people. What was going on? Master Feng's face was covered in cold sweat, and the people around him also looked over. After all, they had also seen the Ting Hao from that day. Brother Feng, this doesn't seem right. It was unknown whether the person who spoke was worried, surprised, or taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. That day. It clearly wasn't this kid. Could it be that Chief Meng found the wrong person? This shouldn't be. Inside, the dishes had already begun to be served. Meng Tianyu appeared to be even more amiable, attentively giving way to others. The sounds of laughter and chatter continued, toasting and toasting each other. The entire atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. As for Meng Chen Tian, he furrowed his brow. Looking at Ting Hao's uneasy face, he especially looked at Meng Chen Yu's intoxicated and self-inferior face. This was not right, right? This kind of person had great fortune on him. Smiling, he stood up and apologetically said, "I have a phone call. Please go ahead, please go ahead." Teng Guangyuan hurriedly smiled apologetically. Meng Chen Tian took out his phone and placed it next to his ear. Then he walked out of the curtain and walked towards Master Feng and the others. Before he reached Master Feng, he saw his pale face. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Quickly walking over, he lowered his voice and asked, "What happened?" "This. It's not." Beads of sweat appeared on Master Feng's face. "This is not the person I was talking about. It's not." Meng Chen Tian's eyes widened. "But this Tang Hao. There's only one in the school, this kid. And Teng Guangyuan also only has this one son. It's really not the one I was talking about." Master Feng was already on the verge of tears. This mistake was not small. He had instructed the Meng family to look for the wrong person. Meng Chen Tian's face immediately became gloomy. "Then who is it?" I also don't know." Master Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. The Teng Hao I saw that day was definitely not the young man in front of me. His heart was filled with hatred. That bastard I met that day actually gave me a fake name and a fake school. Just what kind of deep grudge do I have with you? I've only just arrived at Phoenix City, and you've already dug such a huge pit for me. This pit is going to kill me. Meng Chen Tian's gaze instantly became like a poisonous snake. "You? What do you mean?" Master Feng was on the verge of tears. "That day, I really met an extraordinary young man. Yes, there are others who can testify. The three of you. You have to testify for me. That day, I really met one, and then." The other three also had sweat on their foreheads. Helpless, they stood up and stammered, It's true. That day, I really met such a young man. And then Brother Feng." He explained everything that happened that day in detail, but in his heart, he already hated this Master Feng to the core. "You fucker. That day, you flirted with him with your cheap mouth, but you didn't know that you were flirted with by him. Today, you even dragged us into this pit. Now that you've made a fool of yourself, how are you going to clean up this mess? Are you sure?" Meng Chentian also felt sick and tired. He had always maintained good self-restraint, but at this moment, it was on the verge of collapse. His handsome face was somewhat distorted, and his demeanor was gone. The Qi Watchers were ready, and all the tools were ready. The Ning clan was also ready to cooperate. All the experts of the two clans were ready. They were just waiting for the blood to be drawn, and then they would act separately. But at this juncture, you're telling me that you've found the wrong person. That means you're wrong from the root. Fuck your mother. Fuck your mother. I'm sure. It's not. Master Feng no longer dared to look at Meng Chentian's face. His face was probably starting to smoke, right? Meng Chentian did not say another word. He turned around and walked back. Master Feng, on the other hand, seemed to have collapsed as he sat down on his butt. He only felt his entire body turn cold and was trembling non-stop. The others all looked at him with resentment, but Master Feng couldn't care less. He was only thinking about one thing. This time, would he be able to walk out of Phoenix City alive? Meng Chentian walked through the curtain and whispered a few words into Meng Tianyue's ear. Meng Tianyue's face immediately changed. She raised her cup and stared blankly for a moment. Her eyes instantly turned gloomy. She then put down her cup and walked out with a gloomy face. She actually didn't say anything to Deputy Bureau Chief Teng, who was still enthusiastically chatting with her and calling her brother just a moment ago. Teng Guangyuan was full of smiles as he raised his wine cup with both hands. But when he saw Meng Tianyu suddenly stand up and leave, he naturally couldn't help but be stunned. This was a bit rude, right? He smiled embarrassedly and sat back down on his chair as if nothing had happened. He thought to himself, rich people have bad tempers. 3 seconds ago, they were calling me brother intimately. Meng Tianyu quickly walked out of the curtain and walked towards Master Feng with large strides. Master Feng was already weak all over, like a sow sifting through chaff. Looking at Meng Tianyu's wolf-like steps, he was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. It's not. How could it not be? Meng Tianyu's expression was like a storm. No. It's not. It's really not. It's really not. Meng Tianyu nodded. She stretched out her finger and pointed at Master Feng's face, then pointed again. She then took a deep breath, turned around and walked back. Master Feng sat down and felt his whole body stiffen. There were only 2 words left in his mind. It's over. It's over. It's over. Meng Tianyu walked all the way back. Her footsteps became heavier and heavier, and her expression became gloomier and gloomier. Suddenly, all the negative emotions that had been accumulated during this period of time exploded. This place was on fire. This place was robbed. This place was killed. This place was suddenly killed. This place was swept away. Every day, no, almost every hour, there was a lot of bad news coming in. Out of his own children, 14 of them had been confirmed dead until today. Today, he thought that he had grasped onto a life-saving straw and was actively preparing for it, but it turned out to be a fake. A fake. And it was really like a stone sinking into the sea. I have been preparing for it the whole night and the whole day. I have been smiling apologetically until now. My face is stiff. I have never been so aggrieved in my life. Who do you think Meng Tianyu, Meng Tianyu finally could not hold it in anymore. She had just walked through the curtain, but she really let out a roar that had been suppressed to the extreme. It was like a wolf king that had been betrayed and left at the end of the road, letting out a final howl. Chapter 239. Big Brother Meng. What's wrong with you? Deputy Bureau Chief Teng, who had no idea what was going on, tried to persuade her with a smile. Calm down, calm down. Obviously, this Deputy Bureau Chief Teng, who thought he was a big shot, really thought too highly of himself. Meng Tianyu breathed heavily and stared at Teng Guangyuan's face. After a while, she suddenly squeezed out a vicious smile and said word by word, "Who do you think you are? How dare you call me Big Brother Meng? Do you deserve it?" Teng Guangyuan was stunned. His red and fat face turned pale as he stared at Meng Tianyu. Teng Guangyuan naturally didn't deserve to call him Big Brother Meng based on his inherent knowledge and status. However, it was you, the richest man in the world, who condescended to show your sincerity by repeatedly calling him younger brother. Only then did you call him Big Brother Meng. You have been calling him Big Brother Meng all this while. Why did you suddenly change your attitude? Deputy Bureau Chief Teng really didn't know how to react. Just when Deputy Bureau Chief Teng was at a loss, he suddenly felt a cold sensation on his face. A glass of wine was splashed on his face, dripping down. You motherfucker. Meng Tianyu's suppressed emotions finally exploded. She slammed the table and cursed, "Who do you think you are? You damned fatty who was struck by lightning. What qualifications do you have to stand in front of me? Do you know who I am? Fuck you, damn fatty. Trash. Bastard. Your whole family is bastards. Do you know? Bastard." Huh. Meng Tianyu picked up a big bowl of fish soup and smashed it on Teng Guangyuan's face. Then, all kinds of dishes were placed on the face of Teng Guangyuan, who was just a little brother to Teng Guangyuan. She cursed while smashing his face. She cursed viciously. What dirty. What evil. She chose these words to curse. Teng Guangyuan stood there and was stunned. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but he did not expect such a reversal. His mind was in a daze. He was still thinking, what is going on? From the time he asked me out last night until now. He had been so affectionate the entire time. What was going on? It wasn't until the 13th dish hit his face that Teng Guangyuan came to his senses. He hurriedly wiped his face and said angrily, "What are you doing?" As for his wife and son, they were still in a state of shock and stupefaction. He was like a duck that had been struck dumb by lightning. He didn't know what was going on at all. How did things change so suddenly? He didn't know how to deal with it and how to face it. Meng Tianyu had gone completely mad. Because of this sudden outburst of emotions, he could no longer control himself. He cursed loudly while grabbing Teng Guangyuan's hair and fiercely pulled him over. Then, he slapped Teng Guangyuan's face. Pa! The juice splattered everywhere. Meng Tianyu's hands also became greasy. The moment the disgusting greasy feeling touched his hands, Meng Tianyu became even more furious. He slapped Teng Guangyuan again and again. "Motherfucker, motherfucker, motherfucker. How dare you dirty my hands? You are a maggot in a dung pit. You are a cuckold son of a bitch." At this moment, Ting Hao finally reacted. He roared and said angrily, "Stop. What right do you have to hit my dad? What right do I have to hit your dad?" Meng Tianyu was stunned. Then, he roared again, "Because I am rich. Because I am the richest man in Phoenix City. Hit your dad. So what if I hit your dad? So what if I hit your dad? If I hit him, would he dare to hit me back? Would he dare?" He shook Teng Guangyuan's head and laughed. "Do you dare to hit me back? Tell your son, do you dare? Talk to me. Do you dare to hit me back?" Teng Guangyuan was really beaten senseless this time, but he was still very clear about one thing. Although he didn't understand what was going on today that caused the current situation to take a turn for the worse, one thing was certain. Today, he and his family were facing a life and death crisis. If something went wrong, it would be difficult to save the lives of the entire family. Hearing Meng Tianyu's words, Teng Guangyuan shook his head and forced a smile. "No. I don't dare. You don't dare to hit me back." Meng Tianyu slapped him again. Teng Guangyuan's mouth was bleeding, but he still shook his head and said humbly, "I don't dare." Another slap. Meng Tianyu asked in a tyrannical tone, "Did I hit you well? Answer me. You hit me well. You hit me well. Pa. Is it good for me to hit you? Great. Pa. Did you feel good when I hit you? Yes." Meng Tianyu laughed and said fiercely, "Since you feel good, kneel down. Kneel down." Teng Guangyuan knelt down. As he knelt, blood came out of his mouth. He anxiously called out to his wife and son, "Kneel. Kneel. Quickly kneel. Kneel and kowtow." The family of three knelt in front of Meng Tianyu and kowtowed. "Chief Meng, you are a great person. It was I, Teng Guangyuan, who was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have. Please let our family go." Meng Tianyu was panting heavily. Looking at the family of three who were kowtowing to her, a tyrannical pleasure arose spontaneously. With red eyes, she grabbed Teng Guangyuan and laughed out loud. "I let you go. Who let me go? Who let me go?" Meng Tianyu shouted and punched and kicked herself. After a long, long time, she sternly said, "Drag him out. Drag him out. Drag him out and continue hitting him. Once you are done, throw him out." Then he sat down on a chair, exhausted. Panting, his expression was dispirited and dazed. Ever since Meng Tianyu's father had gone crazy, she had also fallen into a daze like the members of the Teng family. She had truly been completely dumbfounded. She had lived for so long, but she had never seen her father lose his temper like this before. This was definitely the first time something like this had happened. Seeing that Meng Tianyu had finally stopped moving, she waited for her to calm down before timidly asking, "Dad? Dad, what happened?" Meng Tianyu felt her anger dissipate like a tide. Her entire body felt weak and empty. Struggling to wave her hand, she muttered, I'm fine. Looking at the family of three being dragged out, she waved her hand and tiredly said, Give them a beating and throw them out. Don't beat them to death. Today's matter, in the end, did not have the slightest relation to this family of 3. Their family was the one who had suffered an unexpected calamity, a calamity from the heavens. The Star Shield administration was currently in Phoenix City. If she killed a deputy director who was still in office, the trouble that would follow would not be small. There would be many loose ends that would need to be taken care of. Now was a critical moment. It was better to have one less problem. Thinking of this, Meng Tianyu could not help but feel some regret. Just now. She really should not have lost her temper like this. Ding ling ling. A cell phone rang. Dad. A phone call for you. Meng Tianyu handed over the phone. The caller ID flickered, and the name Ning Suifeng entered her eyes. Meng Tianyu lay in her chair, exhausted. Her eyes stared at this name for a long time before she bitterly smiled and picked up the phone. On the other side, Ning Suifeng's voice was a bit urgent. Brother Meng, when will we begin? Meng Tianyu was speechless for a while. Hearing the hopeful tone, she did not know what to say. After a long time, she let out a long sigh and quietly said, Brother Ning, you found the wrong person. This Teng Hao is not the target. The other side of the phone also fell silent. It was as though even breathing had stopped at this moment. After a while, Ning Suifeng's voice was hoarse to the extreme. Not the target. Brother Meng, this. What do you mean by not the target? The meaning is, this Teng Hao is not the person we are looking for. Forcing it is completely useless. After saying this, Meng Tianyu closed her eyes. The current him was truly physically and mentally exhausted. He had a feeling that he did not want to do anything and did not want to care about anything. He wanted to immediately wander the world and end his life. He truly was too tired. Ning Suifeng said a few more things, but Meng Tianyu's hand had already dropped. The phone fell to the ground with a clang, and her face was extremely pale. She stood up shakily and muttered, Chen Tian. I will leave this matter to you to manage. Yes. Meng Tianyu walked out shakily with her head lowered. At this moment, this tycoon who had once commanded the winds and clouds of the Central Plains, the richest man in Phoenix City, was like an old man about to enter the coffin. She was filled with a sense of decay and bleakness. Dad. Meng Tianyu worriedly called out. Following this, she anxiously chased after him. Meng Tian's face was gloomy as he arrived at the window. Facing Master Feng and the others, he spoke with a voice that did not allow for any questioning. Now, the 4 of you, go out immediately and find that person. No matter what method you use, you must find that person. I will tell you clearly, if you cannot find him, your entire family, no one should even think about living. Meng Tian's gaze was like a poisonous snake, coldly sweeping past, even if it is a dog, a chicken, or an ant. Don't even think about being lucky. Master Feng stood up shakily. Young Master Meng. Go. Meng Tian pointed at the door. I will only give you 1 day. At this time tomorrow, either you bring that person here, or I will take your heads and go find your entire family to settle the score. Now. Immediately. Get out and search. A few chi-gazing warriors immediately rushed out in panic. And you guys. Meng Tian pointed at the remaining chi watchers who were rejoicing that this had nothing to do with them. All of you, go. What is the point of keeping you? All of you, go out and search. If you can't find him, you will all die. A chi watcher mustered up his courage and said, Young Master Meng, this matter has nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us? Meng Tian's face was gloomy. He suddenly turned his head and suddenly stretched out his hand. With a light crack, he had already pulled off the head of the person who was 7 meters away. Tossing it up and down in his hand, he sneered, Now, does it have anything to do with us? Chapter 240. Yes. The other chi watchers were scared out of their wits. Then why aren't you scramming to find him? Meng Tian shouted. The few chi watchers were scared witless as they rushed out. Each of them had pale faces. Fuck. Just a moment ago, they were all guests of honor, but now, They were even worse than dogs. Everyone's first thought was to hate Master Feng to the core. Is there something wrong with this Feng guy's brain? Originally, it was fine, but you just had to say something like that and cause trouble for everyone. Now, where are we going to find him? In a city with 3 to 4 million people, finding one person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Is this even a job for a human? We don't know his appearance, we only know that he is 17 or 18 years old. We don't know his surname, his name, where he lives, and even where he goes to school. Even if it's Starshield, there's nothing they can do about it. Isn't this just asking for our lives? Then, everyone was shrouded in fear. This Meng Chentian is too ruthless. He is a completely different person from his usual self. The scene just now was as sinister as an evil spirit, as ruthless as a demon. He did not seem like a normal person at all. At the entrance of Yunduan Pavilion, 3 people who were beaten so badly that their faces could not be seen were thrown out by the people in the pavilion. The moment they landed, blood splattered far away. These 3 people's injuries were not light. They were already on the verge of death. The passers-by who passed by Yunduan Pavilion were all shocked. They all scattered far away. No one dared to go forward to check. The people who were beaten up by Yunduan Pavilion must have offended the Meng Corporation. In Phoenix City, there were not many people who dared to offend the Meng Corporation. After a long time, Teng Guangyuan finally woke up from his coma. He crawled to his feet and used 2 fingers to pry open his swollen eyelids. He looked left and right. His son and wife were still alive. Repeatedly kowtowing was still useful in the end. The situation just now and Meng Tianyue's expression let Teng Guangyuan know that if he retorted, his family of 3 would be dead on the spot. Help! Teng Guangyuan heaved a sigh of relief and began to call for help. God bless him, he didn't die. Meng Tianyu. Fuck your ancestors. You humiliated me like this today. Tormented me like this. What did I do wrong? Why are you doing this? I worked so hard for the Meng group, and this is what I get in return. You invited me over so enthusiastically just to humiliate me. Just to humiliate me in front of my wife and son. Hit me. I'm not done with you. Does your Meng group have information on me? Do you have something on me? Don't tell me that I don't have your weaknesses. If the worst comes to worst, we'll just break up and destroy each other. I'm barefooted, so why should I be afraid of you guys who are wearing shoes? Help! Teng Guangyuan shouted again with all his might. We dined and dashed. We didn't bring any money. We were beaten up badly. Can someone please call an ambulance? It was lunchtime. The cafeteria. WN Lishio generously placed a clean basket on the table. Master, please make 100 steamed buns. She handed over her meal card. Also, give me 2 bowls of meat, 10 big bones, 2 cans of chili sauce, a bowl of soup, 10 cucumbers, and 4 plates of vegetables. Any kind of vegetables will do. Just serve them as you see fit. Behind the window, the chubby master stared at the basket that might have been used to harvest pigweed at home. He subconsciously twitched, and then began to stack the steamed buns in rows. After all, he was the master of the martial arts school cafeteria. He had seen a lot of the world. The appetite of martial cultivators was far above that of ordinary people, and it was even more so for those who were at a certain stage. Even if this girl's appetite was a bit excessive, it was still acceptable. Behind her, Ian, behind WN Lishio, Long Yusheng, Li Chenglong, and Yu Moyan were all carrying large baskets of steamed buns. In the kitchen, a few big men were working hard to knead dough. Fuck me. What kind of sin did I commit in my previous life? Why am I assigned to knead steamed buns in the second high school cafeteria? This demand is killing me. Duong. There was a sound of someone going up the stairs. The person had not arrived, but the voice had arrived first. I want 150 steamed buns, 10 big bones, 2 bowls of meat, 5 cans of chili sauce. Oh my god, you guys hurry up. You can eat so much. Are you all pigs? Why do you all want to eat in groups? It was Master's were. WN Lishio had already spat a few mouthfuls of saliva on the steamed buns in front of her. Puff, puff, puff. Then she looked at Suo Xiaojuo proudly. Are you going to snatch it? Zhuo Xiaojuo, who was about to show off his power and reach out to grab the steamed buns, suddenly widened his eyes and jumped 3 feet high. Fuck, WN Lishio, you are good. You have balls. It's not easy to come up with such an idea. You wait, you and Long Yusheng better be careful. Wait for your master Zhuo. Long Yusheng's little face suddenly fell. What does this have to do with me? Your wife angered me. Of course it has something to do with you. Zhuo Xiaojuo watched WN Lishio's steamed buns piling up higher and higher. He swallowed his saliva and felt more and more hungry. I didn't expect you, WN Lishio, the daughter of the governor and the daughter of a rich family, to be so vicious. You actually dared to spit saliva on the steamed buns. You are really something. Zhuo Xiaojuo was still indignant. If I didn't, you would snatch it. Who doesn't know your character? WN Lishio said disdainfully. Then she handed over her meal card. Master, give me another 120 steamed buns. She even spat saliva on Long Yusheng's steamed buns. She was proud and high-spirited. Zhuo Xiaojuo was fuming with anger, jumping up and down. Okay, you wait. Long Yusheng, as a man, you actually ate steamed buns that were spat saliva on. I feel ashamed for you. How can you? Disgusting. Long Yusheng rolled his eyes. That's my wife's saliva. I don't dislike it at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo's anger had nowhere to vent. Yu Moyan, Li Zhongming, and Li Chenglong were also speechless. They were so hungry that their eyes were green. Now they had to eat a mouthful of dog food before they could get food. WN Lishio turned around and asked Yu Moyan and the other two, do you want me to get food for you? Zhuo Xiaojuo immediately looked at the 3 of them as if he wanted to eat them. He gritted his teeth. Yu Moyan immediately shivered. No, Zhuo, you go first. Li Zhongming was also angry but didn't dare to say anything. Zhuo walked up majestically and took over WN Lishio's position. 150. No, I'm angry today. 170. Only the knowledgeable Li Chenglong's brain worked the fastest. He said, Zhuo, you're usually quite smart. Why are you doing such a stupid thing now? Who are you? You're the famous Master Zhuo in Phoenix City. As long as you say the word, those who want to ask you to read their fortune will prepare a lot of food. But you still want to fight with us for food. It's beneath your status, it's beneath your style, and it's a loss of the atmosphere. Sigh. It's too horrible to look at, too horrible to look at. Zhuo Xiaojuo was stunned. Swollen had a point. He would take some time out every afternoon to read people's fortune. As long as he spread the word, he believed that there would be a lot of people coming to him with delicious food. He could combine eating and reading at the same time. It would save him a lot of time and he wouldn't have to fight with these people for food. This was something he could consider, but he had to wait until after today's meal. He would think about it then. The big table that could accommodate 20 people was occupied by Zhuo Xiaojuo and the other 5 people. The steamed buns on the table were piled up like a small mountain. Together with all kinds of meat dishes, it was a dazzling sight. If it were someone who didn't know the situation, they would think that this family could eat a year's worth of food. The 6 of them ate without saying a word. They all lowered their heads and stuffed the steamed buns into their mouths one by one. The scene could only be described in one sentence: 6 hungry ghosts reincarnated. When everyone had eaten 70 to 80 steamed buns, the atmosphere at the table began to thaw. By the way, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. WN Lishio said, it just so happens that my dad hasn't been very happy recently. Why don't we all come to my house and have some fun? I'll consider it an invitation to you. Zhuo Xiaojuo vigilantly covered his wallet and said, let's make it clear first. I don't have a monetary gift for you, let alone a gif. WN Lishio was speechless. Zhuo, you're now a person who earns more than 1,000,000 yuan a day. Can you not be so stingy? Being stingy is my virtue. Zhuo Xiaojuo was not ashamed. Instead, he was proud. You're not stingy, he's not stingy, you're not stingy. If I'm not stingy, then wouldn't we be taken advantage of for nothing? The other 5 people snorted in disdain. The level of shamelessness of these words could be said to be the highest in the world. Zhuo. It's just a birthday gift. Yu Moyan reminded him, hinting at something. Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't notice. He said majestically, I never give gifts to people. I never give gifts to women. Hey! Yes. I never give gifts to women, unless that woman is my wife. Zhuo Xiaojuo found that he had found a reason. For a moment, he was proud. That's why I can't give Xiao a gift. It's fine if you don't have a gift. Wn Lixio snorted and said, if you have a gift, then just do it. If you don't have a gift, then just perform a show to liven things up. How about it? Long Yusheng hurriedly raised his hand. I have a gift. After that, he looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo with disdain. Yu Moyan raised his hand. I have a gift too. Then, he looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo with disdain. Li Changming and Li Chenglong said in unison, I'll prepare a gift. Then, they looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo with disdain. Zhuo Xiaojuo hesitated for a long time. It was difficult for him to choose between his wallet and his face. In the end, he felt that face was nothing. Can face be exchanged for money? Zhuo Xiaojuo. What's the use of face? When he thought of this, he suddenly felt enlightened. He said, I've decided. I'll prepare a small show. Chapter 241. Zhuo was proud of himself as he faced the disdainful gazes. He secretly gave himself a thumbs up in his heart for being so quick-witted. I'm so quick-witted. I've saved myself another few 100,000. Zhuo Xiaojuo made up his mind and suddenly felt that he was in the right. His reasons became more and more overwhelming as he said, it's Xiao's birthday. It's not right for so many of us to perform a show. You cowards only know how to spend money and nothing else. I'll have to personally carry out this great task. This guy was actually looking down on others. Suddenly, 5 pairs of eyes rolled at the same time. This miser would rather perform a show than give a gift. This stingy guy is really stingy. How can he say that we're in the wrong? Little did they know that Zhuo Xiaojuo also had his own difficulties. Was Wanli Xiu's family short of money? Obviously, they were not short of money. If I were to give her a gift of 12 million or 20,000, not only would she not like it, but I would also be heartbroken. It's a typical thankless task. Besides, if I were to give her a gift, with her status, what kind of good things have she not seen before? I, Zhuo Xiaojuo, am so poor, where can I get a precious gift? She wouldn't even be interested in an ordinary gift. Or am I just waiting to embarrass myself? Now, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and the others had obviously prepared a gift. Needless to say, it was Long Yusheng's fiancée's birthday. The gift would be at least a few 100,000, right? Besides, wasn't it just a show? What was there? What could there be? Everyone was so familiar with each other. Why would they care about a small show like this? Not to mention anything else, even if they went up and farted. It would also be lively. Zhuo Xiaojuo's wishful thinking could be said to be loud and clear. Wanli Xiu squinted and said, Zhuo, since we agreed to perform a show, you can't go back on your word. Zhuo Xiaojuo patted his chest heroically and said, what are you talking about? Isn't it just a show? It's Xiao's birthday. We're such good classmates. Shouldn't I perform a show? As long as he could save money. Cough, cough. What I'm saying is, a real man must keep his word. His words are like the wind, and his words carry enormous weight. You can't show off your martial arts skills. If you want to go up and fight with your fists and swords, you won't be able to do it. Am I, Zhuo Xiaojuo, that kind of person? I have to say this in advance. I know your character quite well. Wn Lixio did not trust Zhuo Xiaojuo's integrity at all. If you say yes, then say yes. How about singing or dancing? Just choose one so that I can be mentally prepared. You can sing or dance. Really? Really? Let's seal the deal. Wanli Xiu stretched out her palm. Pa. Zhuo Xiaojuo immediately clapped his hands to finalize the deal. He heaved a sigh of relief. He could save a lot of money. Moreover, it would save a huge sum of money. Awesome. Boss. When Li Chenglong saw that Zhuo Xiaojuo had fallen into the trap, He jumped out to remind him, about this show, it's not that easy to perform. Zhuo Xiaojuo did not retract his hand. He maintained the clapping position and tilted his head to look at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong laughed sinisterly. Zhuo probably didn't hear what Xiao said just now. Zhuo Xiaojuo vaguely felt that something was wrong. He said, "What did she say? Why didn't I hear it clearly?" Just now, he was so focused on the gifts and monetary gifts that he did not pay attention. Was there something else? Xiao is right. Her father wants to hold a big event to liven things up. That's our Phoenix City's Governor Wan, his big event. Zhuo, think about it, there will be a lot of people coming. At the very least, there will be a special stage for performances. Zhuo, oh Zhuo, you've been tricked. Ha 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 ha. At first, Li Chenglong sighed and looked worried for Boss Zhuo. But in the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, taking pleasure in Boss Zhuo's misfortune. He slapped his thigh and tears flowed out. Ayo. Zhuo has been tricked. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years event. I'm dying of laughter. Zhuo Xiaojuo was stunned on the spot. After a while, he turned his head to look at Wan Lixiu. Wan Lixiu playfully clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Boss Zhuo, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back. His words are like the wind, and his words carry enormous weight. This is your own choice, no one forced you." Zhuo Xiaojuo's face twitched. When did I become a gentleman? Why didn't I know? It doesn't matter if you're a gentleman or not. You can give me money or gifts. I can accept a monetary gift of 1 million, or a gift that is not lower than the market price. Wan Lixiu said, "They are all of this level. You are the boss and should be the first, but I'm willing to accommodate you." 1 million. Zhuo Xiaojuo's heart trembled. Zhuo Xiaojuo looked at them one by one. The others met his gaze and nodded. They looked straight ahead and were confident. "I don't fucking believe it. How much money do you have when you're all together? A gift of 1 million per person, who are you trying to fool? You. Li Chenglong, how dare you say that you can easily take out 1 million? Who are you trying to fool?" Zhuo Xiaojuo roared. Li Chenglong chuckled and explained, "Boss Zhuo, we're not the same as we used to be. We're all rich now. The harvest from the previous experience is not only enough to meet our needs for cultivation, but also a lot of wealth. Exchange points are recognized as a hard currency, and the market value is very high. A gift of 1 million is really not difficult for me now." Zhuo Xiaojuo was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. Immediately, he realized that Li Chenglong had become a dragon overnight. He had gained a lot from the experience. He was already a rich man. Performance, then let's perform. Zhuo Xiaojuo puffed out his chest and said without fear of death, "What's there to be afraid of when there are more people? I'll accept it." This miser would rather give up his face than his wealth. "Oh yeah." The 5 of them applauded together. Yu Moyan whistled and soared into the sky. Little did they know that Zhuo Xiaojuo was also suffering in the heart of a child. He only earned a little money every day. Zhuo Xiaonian knew his password. That was clear. If she found out that he had spent 1 million to celebrate Wan Lixiu's birthday, just thinking about it made Zhuo Xiaojuo shudder and break out in cold sweat. The consequences would be really unimaginable. Tragically accepting the fact that he was about to perform in front of everyone, Zhuo Xiaojuo glanced at Li Chenglong from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't help but feel angry. He was so angry that he became bold. This guy was gloating just now. Why was he still laughing now? Are you the reincarnation of a laughing spirit? Do you think you're so great after becoming a dragon overnight? Come, come, come. Zhuo Xiaojuo finished the last few steamed buns in a few bites. I'll compare notes with you. Li Chenglong was stunned. His expression changed abruptly. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Help!" Long Yusheng and Wan Lixiu pretended not to see or hear anything. Li Zhongming and Yu Moyan lowered their heads and ate silently. They were afraid that Zhuo Xiaojuo would notice them and bring disaster to them. Are you kidding? Help! Who would dare to help? That guy is a ruthless person with a punch of 300,000 pounds. Our punch is only a little more than 80,000 pounds. We can't save him even if we want to. We'll be thankful if the flames of war don't spread to us. Li Chenglong was dragged out by Zhuo Xiaojuo. In a moment of desperation, Li Chenglong began to expose them. Zhuo, the fact that everyone gave Wn Lixio a birthday present was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy against you. Li Chengming, Yu Moyan, and Long Yusheng conspired to come up with this idea. Yu Moyan was the mastermind, Long Yusheng was an accomplice, Li Zhongming was the one who added fuel to the fire, and I was only the one who played a supporting role. Li Chenglong betrayed his teammates desperately. Zhuo, really? I'm just a small character in this matter. Even if you want to beat someone, you can't just beat me. Long Yusheng, Li Zhongming, and Yu Moyan were extremely shocked when they heard this. Disloyal. Spineless. Coward. I knew it. He's a traitor. Even when he's about to die, he still wants to drag someone down with him. Shameless. Shameless traitor. Zhuo Xiaojuo snorted. Whether it's shameless or not, we'll talk about it later. The three of you, come out now. Or do you want me to drag you out? Long Yusheng screamed and quickly jumped out of the window. Yu Moyan was about to rush out as well when he felt his scalp tighten. Zhuo Xiaojuo had already grabbed his hair and pulled him back. He screamed and fell onto Li Zhongming's body. The two of them rolled on the ground like gourds. Teacher Qin's hair-grabbing technique had already surpassed Zhuo Xiaojuo's usage. Just when Yu Moyan and Li Zhongming were rolling on the ground, a shadow flashed again. Zhuo Xiaojuo jumped in from the window like Long Yusheng. His right hand was still holding on to Long Yusheng, who had just jumped out. His movements were so fast that it was shocking. Let's go down. When they went outside, they didn't talk nonsense. They left the north and south fighting things and gave them a good beating. In the end, the four of them begged for mercy and it ended. Zhuo Xiaojuo finally vented his anger, but his heart was still melancholy. He had already said it in front of Wan Lixio, who was about to celebrate her birthday. If he didn't fulfill his promise, it wouldn't be right. But did he really have to perform? That seemed a little shameful. Should he go up and play the guitar? Sing a song? It wasn't impossible, but what should he sing? While thinking about it, Zhuo Xiaojuo entered the 50x gravity room. After eating his fill with the dragon blood-flying dagger, Zhuo Xiaojuo felt his training speed increase again. Coupled with the absorption of the jade of astral souls, all the energy in his dantian gradually turned into heat energy from the Flaming Sun Sutra. After the conversion, the energy in his body finally surged violently. It seemed like he was about to break through again. Zhuo Xiaojuo even felt that if the energy in his body became restless this time, he wouldn't be able to resist it anymore. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel sad and depressed. Even if I have the help of a cheat, I'm still not as good as Nyan Mao. How many times have I done it? Chapter 242. If I can't surpass Nyan Mao in the past, then my chances of catching up with Nyan Mao in the future will be very slim. Or maybe I won't be able to do it at all. For the first time, Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't stay in the gravity room until 6 p.m. At 5:30 p.m., he stopped cultivating because he was troubled by a lot of things. I can't absorb anymore. If I do, I'm afraid I'll really break through. Zhuo Xiaojuo meditated for a while and tried to calm down the primordial qi in his body. Then, he opened the door and walked out dejectedly. Qin Fangyang was standing under the big tree at the door with his hands behind his back. He was surprised when he heard the door open behind him. Who came out early? He turned around and was even more surprised when he saw who it was. It was Zhuo Xiaojuo, the cultivation maniac. But today, Zhuo Xiaojuo's head was lowered and he looked dejected. Qin Fangyang couldn't get used to it and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This kid's progress is terrifying. What's going on? What was he trying to do? What's wrong with you? Qin Fangyang asked. I'm afraid I can't control the breakthrough this time. Zhuo Xiaojuo was very disappointed and listless. It's hard to break through now. Qin Fangyang's eyes widened. I thought I'd have to restrain at least 10 more times. Zhuo Xiaojuo said disappointedly, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Teacher Qin, Don't you think I'm useless? Qin Fengyang's mouth twitched. After what happened last night, how could he not know that he had greatly wronged Zhuo Xiaoduo these past few days? Although he didn't know the reason, but Zhuo Xiaoduo's improvement in this period of time was terrifying. Looking at Zhuo Xiaoduo's disappointed face, Qin Fengyang rubbed his chin and pondered, should I tell him that my greatest expectation for him is to reach the peak of the martial master realm, with a strength of over 100,000 jin? Right now, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already exceeded his target by 3 times. This result was enough to shock the entire continent. Not to mention, there was also the additional increase brought about by the breakthrough. After thinking about it, Qin Fengyang still decided not to tell him. Firstly, he told him that this brat was definitely going to show off and act shamelessly again. That shamelessness would definitely make anyone who saw it have the urge to beat him to death. Secondly, looking at this guy's frowning face now was quite amusing and pleasing to the eye. Qin Fengyang decided to observe for a few more days. Yes, although it is indeed a little early. Qin Fengyang coughed and said, the number of times you controlled it was also a little low, but it still reached the lower limit of my estimation. Especially the strength of your attacks, your performance was the most remarkable. It's not unacceptable to break through now. Sometimes, human strength is limited. Zhuo Xiaoduo said bitterly, but I heard that when Nyan Cat broke through, she suppressed it more than 50 times. Over 50 times? Qin Fengyang's eyes widened. No wonder this brat was like this. It turned out that he had a great conman behind him who was even more ruthless than him. Although Qin Fengyang did not know how many times the spiritual thought goddess suppressed it, he dared to guarantee that it was definitely not more than 10 times, because it was said that the spiritual thought goddess Thorny Road was compressed 8 times. And 8 times of compression was already at the level of a peerless genius. However, if it was really like what Zhuo Xiaoduo said, and it was more than 50 times, then, it would not be 8 times of compression, it would be another number that no one dared to believe. Patting Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder, Qin Fengyang comforted and encouraged him, if you can control it, then try to control it more. If you really can't control it, it's okay to break through. You've already, cough, done well. Zhuo Xiaoduo bit his lips and nodded slowly. He thought in his heart, even if it's just one more time, even if it's just one more time, he was really unwilling to break through like this. Qin Fengyang grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand and inserted a wisp of his true qi to check the condition of his dantian. As soon as he took a look, he suddenly coughed violently. He only felt a raging wave in his heart, inexplicably terrified. What the fuck? The capacity of his dantian, the width of his meridians, the flexibility. Everything. What the fuck is this? When I broke through to the Xiantian realm, no, even when I was at the high-level Xiantian realm, the width of my meridians was not even 1/5 of this brat. This brat is a monster, a freak. Why should I compare myself with him? It's not worth it, it's not worth it. Come on. Keep it up. I believe in you, you can do it. Qin Fengyang said with a complicated expression. Yes, I definitely will. Zhuo Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, I have to try to compress it one more time. Otherwise, it's too embarrassing. Too embarrassing? Cough. Qin Fengyang coughed again. No matter when, this brat's trait of infuriating people to death had not changed at all. Do whatever you want. Qin Fengyang said in annoyance. That afternoon, after Zhuo Xiaoduo finished reading the fortune, he grabbed his newly earned money and went home. Phoenix City South Gate. A car slowly drove in. In the car, beside the driver's seat, a young lady in black sat in the front passenger seat. She was lost in her thoughts as she looked at the grass and trees of Phoenix City. We've arrived, Phoenix City. This is the place. This is where I lost my greedy wolf's heart. In the back seat, a middle-aged man and a young man sat on the left and right, resting with their eyes closed. Indeed, the journey was quite tiring. It was really too far away. We've finally arrived at Phoenix City. An inexplicable light flashed in the eyes of the black-clothed girl, as if she had finally breathed a sigh of relief. She did not know why, but as soon as she entered Phoenix City, A strange feeling gradually grew in her heart. It was a feeling of familiarity and longing that she had not tasted for a long time. It was as if there was a voice, urgently calling her in this city. It was so heart-wrenching, so unforgettable. This made her heart inexplicably chaotic the moment she entered the city. Shwani. The middle-aged man in the back seat said with his eyes closed, "Your spiritual sense has always been sharp. When you first entered the city, did you feel something?" Mo Shwani gently shook her head. "Martial uncle, I'm afraid this city is not simple. As soon as I entered the city, I felt a very dangerous and frightening feeling. You must know that even when I went to Shangjing, where more powerful enemies gathered, I did not have such a feeling. We should be more careful on this trip." The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and frowned. "Is it only dangerous?" "It's more than dangerous." Mo Shwani slightly frowned. "It's a subtle feeling of impending disaster. Martial uncle, if possible, we shouldn't stay in this city for too long. In fact, in my opinion, it's best to not enter the city and just leave." Before the middle-aged man said anything, the young man on the side laughed. "Junior sister, your plan is definitely not feasible. We came here for a mission. We need to cooperate with some actions and so on. How can we just leave as we please?" Mo Shwani said, "If that's the case, I hope we can leave first in a few days. Martial uncle and senior brother, you two are enough to support the overall situation. Shwani's cultivation is shallow. Even if I force myself to stay, I won't be of much help." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. He looked at Mo Shwani's back from the back seat and said lightly, "Now is the time when we need people. Everything is uncertain, there's no need to rush to leave." Mo Shwani hesitated for a long time, but finally said, "Okay." The middle-aged man said lightly, "We passed through so many cities along the way. Shwani, you found so many fortune tellers to read your face. Do you still have any doubts about your background?" Mo Shwani said lightly, "I'm just unwilling to accept it. Cultivators focus on the heart. If you can't let go of this burden, it will become a flaw in your state of mind." The middle-aged man said indifferently, "In this world, there are people dying every moment. Especially at the front lines, hundreds of thousands of li, there are too many people dying every moment. For some people, even after decades of death, their hometown is still proud of them and doesn't know about their death. Their children also don't know that their father or mother is gone. In this world, there is not only one orphan without parents. There are hundreds of millions of people, or even billions of people. You are too attached to your parents. If you continue to be like this, whether or not that little bit of kinship exists will become a great obstacle to your cultivation." Mo Shwani listened quietly and said softly, "Shwani just wants to work hard and do my best. Martial uncle, you don't have to worry too much. It's best if you can find them. If I can't find it, that's to be expected, but it's also my duty as a son. No matter what, my heart will be indifferent." The middle-aged man said sharply, "If you find them, will your heart still be indifferent?" Mo Shwani smiled bitterly, "Martial uncle, you know that this is an extremely slim hope, almost none. I really don't understand why you care so much. I have listened to your teachings hundreds of thousands of times during this journey of hundreds of thousands of miles. Martial uncle, why are you so worried?" The middle-aged man frowned. "It's good that you know." He closed his eyes and said no more. The young man said, "Martial uncle, should we report to the emissary first?" "No." The middle-aged man said lightly, "Let's find our own people first and confirm the situation. It's a long journey, we don't want to be cannon fodder the moment we arrive. Begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation ticket." Chapter 243. Yes. Mo Shwani and Yoon Ju Ying didn't have any objections to Martial Uncle telling them to understand the situation first. This was the most appropriate thing to do. Back then, when the Phoenix Chi first rose here, it was noticed by our spies. Not long after, our people came to Phoenix City and worked hard to manage it until today. The middle-aged man leaned against the back seat with his eyes closed. His voice was indifferent and expressionless. Just to cover up the leakage of the Phoenix Chi, Our people paid a huge sacrifice. 7 people came here to manage the affairs, but in the end, only 1 survived. From the peak to the decline, they completely lost the right to speak. Jun Po and Chi Sho took advantage of the situation and contacted the Star Lord. They took 80% of the responsibility of this matter to their 2 sects. Later, when Zhuo Fu intervened and the Star Emissary came, the benefits were further reduced. Originally, our greedy wolf sect's share of this matter was 50%. As for now, even if this matter is successful, our greedy wolf sect's benefits are only 5%. Although the middle-aged martial uncle's tone was calm, one could hear some indignation in it. 5%. Mo Xuanyi and the youth in the back seat obviously had limited knowledge about the Phoenix vein, so when they heard this, they both blurted out in surprise. They had never thought that their share of the profits would be so low. The middle-aged man closed his eyes, his body rising and falling with the bumpy ride of the car. He said indifferently, "Yes, 5%. And this 5% is not worth me personally taking action. The ratio of risk and benefit is completely unbalanced. Since there is not much to gain, why should I take action? In other words, this time, I am only here to accompany Xuanyi. I will not expose myself if I can. That is all. Of course, if possible, I will save your 3rd senior sister's life at the critical moment. That is enough." Mo Xuanyi said in a daze, "Speaking of which, I haven't seen 3rd senior sister yet." The youth in the back seat, Yun Ju Ying, sighed and said, "I wonder how 3rd junior sister is now. Back then, she was a famous beauty under our greedy wolf sect." The middle-aged man said indifferently, "She won't be too good, nor will she be too good. She's been bitterly holding on here by herself. It's already very precious that she's been able to survive until now. As for maintaining some sort of national beauty, that's purely your imagination. Right now, even if I don't have chicken skin and crane hair, I shouldn't look like a little girl. Otherwise, I would have died long ago." The young man sighed softly, and a trace of haze flashed in his eyes. He understood the meaning of this sentence. It was already difficult for an ordinary woman to survive in such an environment, let alone a beautiful woman. From now on, everything related to the greedy wolf mantra is not allowed to be used. The middle-aged man slowly straightened his back and said in a low voice, "Martial uncle, in my life, among my peers, my cultivation is not outstanding, my aptitude is not at the top, and my overall combat strength is not in the top 3, but those who are stronger than me are basically all dead now, and I am the only one who is still alive. What do you think the reason is?" "It's just that one word." Mo Xuanyi and the young man asked curiously, "Martial Uncle Fang, what character? Now that we're in the heart of the astral souls, if I don't warn you, I'm afraid you'll be implicated." The middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he said, "This word is." He said softly, "Coward. Coward." Mo Xuanyi and the young man were both stunned, and couldn't help but ask again, "Coward?" "That's right, coward." The middle-aged man didn't feel ashamed at all, and said indifferently, "Do you think cowardice is shameful?" "Shameful? Let me tell you, as long as you understand the true meaning of this word, even in the most dangerous battlefield, you can survive, at least longer than most people. In life, what is the most important thing? Face. Pride. Family. Friends. Son. The middle-aged man, Martial Uncle Fang, said sincerely, "The above answers are all wrong. In life, the most important thing is one's life. Your own life. Only by living can you have the qualifications to talk about the future. No matter how much face and pride you lose, as long as you're alive, you have a chance to earn back what you lost, or even more. As long as you're alive, you can have family, friends, and everything. But once you lose your life, then everything will be gone. What was originally yours will become someone else's." The middle-aged man said solemnly, "In life, you have to be cowardly. This is the last thing I can teach you as your martial uncle. I hope you too can remember it. This word is the first treasure of life under heaven and earth. Coward." Mo Xuanyi and the young man were stunned for a long time by their martial uncle's words, and after that, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For a long time, they didn't speak. Coward. This was the truth, the treasure of life under heaven. Was this really not a joke? At least in their hearts, they really didn't think so. Could it be that I lived and walked in this world just to be a coward? To be a coward? To be able to live? So I can give up everything and have a chance to start all over again. This argument. Both of them were somewhat baffled by this. Martial Uncle Fang was imparting wisdom and treasures in the style of a senior, but in the end, he gave them the word coward. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The middle-aged man sighed softly. Looking at the two's faces, he knew that these two people didn't listen to his words at all, and didn't understand at all. Sigh, by the time you understand, it may be too late. It's hard to have a chance to start all over again in life. He closed his eyes, and many faces flashed through his mind. Each and every one of them had a distinct personality, handsome or beautiful faces, and they were all once influential figures. Once the best of the best, once the best of the best. But now, they were all dead. He still remembered that time. Because of fate, they encountered that person. The seeds of the 17 sects were all killed. Only he gave up his dignity and face. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. He swore an oath. After returning, he became a traitor. He agreed to countless conditions regardless of the consequences. He even created conditions for himself to help the other party think of a way to control him. Finally, he survived. So what if he was a heaven's pride? So what if he was a seed? So what if he was the best of the best? At that time, that person told him to scram, and he repeatedly kowtowed and begged, saying that he wanted to collect the corpses of his companions. He didn't know if it was because of this camaraderie that person finally let him go and left. But that person probably didn't know that after he left, he didn't collect the corpses of his companions. He laid out the heads of the hundreds of people in front of him. These people, almost every one of them was stronger than him, and had always bullied him and looked down on him. There were especially handsome ones, especially talented ones, especially beautiful ones with good family backgrounds, especially beautiful ones, especially elegant ones. Those beautiful female heaven's prides didn't even look at him before, and seemed to think that he wasn't qualified to speak to him. But now, only their heads were left, placed in front of him, and he could do whatever he wanted with them, and play with them however he wanted. He placed their heads neatly on the table. He just kept watching and waiting. I want to see, won't the flesh of heaven's prides stink when they die? Won't the flesh of heaven's prides rot when they die? In the end, he was enlightened. It turned out that they would stink and rot when they die. They had so much self-respect, and they were so unafraid of death. Wouldn't they rot when they die? From then on, he was enlightened and understood life and death. He had been living smoothly until now, and when he met an enemy he couldn't resist, he would kneel and kowtow to them, and beg for a chance to live. Would he die if he kowtowed? Maybe he still couldn't avoid death. But if he didn't kowtow, he would definitely die. Living for a long time is the true meaning of life. The middle-aged man sighed. I, Fang Inuo, can live until now, there's no luck. The car slowly entered Phoenix City and blended into the bustling city. The three of them alighted at a 5-star hotel, and the middle-aged man paid 10 times the fare before letting the car leave. It's been hard on you. When you return to Ningji City, help me say hello to Old Bai. Yes, thank you for the reward, Uncle Master. The middle-aged man amiably patted the driver's shoulder. On the way back, you must be careful. When you reach home, remember to send me a message to let me know that you're safe, so that Uncle Master can rest assured. Yes, disciple will remember. Go. Seeing the car turn around and head out of the city, the three of them didn't stop and directly went in to check in. The car left Phoenix City and sped along the original road, and the driver appeared to be very excited. This Uncle Master Fang was really good. His sending off this time was a voluntary job, so how could he talk about the fare? However, Uncle Master Fang had given him so much reward, which was equivalent to 10 times the normal fare, and all of it went into his pocket. Now that he was back, he could have fun for many days. However, when they were about 100 kilometers away from Phoenix City, the driver suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He subconsciously covered his chest, and it became more and more uncomfortable. The driver didn't dare to delay and stopped the car to rest. As for the driver who stopped at the side of the road and rested on the steering wheel, he didn't wake up again in the hotel. Put down the luggage, we'll walk around and see what we want to buy. At the same time, we can take a look at the local customs. The middle-aged man was very relaxed. If you're interested, you can also walk around and play. As long as you don't use our sect's mental cultivation method, it's fine. Then when are we going to find third junior sister? The young man asked. There's no rush, the middle-aged man said. Let's play for a few days first. We're both physically and mentally exhausted from the journey, so we should rest for a few days. Before we came, I did my homework. From the hotel, less than 6 kilometers away is the commercial street. After walking across the commercial street for 5 minutes, you'll reach the pedestrian street. Other than that, there's also a street for snacks and gourmet food. There's quite a number of streets in Phoenix City. There's also an antique street, a calligraphy and painting street. TSK, how thoughtful. Yes, there's a big brand in the center of the city, and there's a lot of luxury clothes, watches, and jewelry to the south. It can be said that there's everything. Xianyi, you can walk around this street. You should be able to gain a lot. The area we're living in is the new city district, and opposite it is the old city district. The middle-aged man was very familiar with the layout of Phoenix City, and in a short while, he had already told the two of them about it. Yun Juiying was very impressed. Uncle Master, have you been to this city before and stayed for a period of time? No, I haven't. The middle-aged man earnestly said, Juiying, let me tell you the second secret that I've come up with after so many years of roaming the world. Before you go to the next target city, it's very important that you understand the current general layout of the city, as well as the local customs. After you arrive, you have to spend a few days to understand the main roads and small roads of the city, especially the small roads that are related to each other. Oh right, facilities such as the air raid shelter, especially, can't be missed. Who knows when it might save your life? This is the way to save your life. You have to plan your escape route at all times. Remember, before you familiarize yourself with the city and understand it well, you must not act rashly. After familiarizing yourself with the city, you have to familiarize yourself with the escape route. Then, go through the escape route according to the situation. Practice it 3 times and find the best one. Then, put it into action. The young man, Yun Juiying, was tongue-tied for a long time. Finally, he coughed and said, Uncle Master, I'll go out and familiarize myself with Phoenix City. He hurriedly left in a hurry. Uncle Master, I'll also go out and familiarize myself with the city. Ian, you guys go. The middle-aged man nodded. I want to familiarize myself with the hotel we're staying in first before going out. Mo Xuani rolled his eyes and left. When he first met this Uncle Master, Mo Xuani was very respectful. Cloud transformation, realm cultivation. Elegant and graceful. Gentle and kind. Occasionally, when he glanced at him, he was also very outstanding. Every one of them was the best of the best, transcending the mortal world and becoming a saint, not letting down the title of a great cultivator. But on this road, after walking for hundreds of thousands of miles, the respect and awe he had at the beginning had long been worn away bit by bit. From the respect that came from the bottom of his heart to the superficial etiquette now, and even some contempt. All of this Uncle Master had only used a short distance. Mo Xuani walked out of the hotel and blended into the crowd. When he appeared again, he was already in front of a bun shop. Boss, give me 2 buns. What kind of fillings do you have? Meat, vegetables, 3 delicacies, chives and tofu. 2 chives and tofu. Mo Xuani paid while asking, Boss, I heard that there's a divine fortune teller in Phoenix City. His eyes can see a person's life and death, fortune and misfortune, and a few words can predict a person's life and death. There's such a thing, right? The boss laughed. Of course, customer, you're talking about Master Zhuo, right? Master Zhuo is now very famous in Phoenix City. Basically, all the rich people in the city have gone to see him. His predictions are very accurate. Chapter 244. Speaking of Master Zhuo, the boss immediately became talkative. It is said that a man went to look for his dog. He lost it for 2 years and was reluctant to part with it. Master Zhuo gave him a direction and asked him to dig. Sure enough, he dug out a pile of dog bones. There was a cut on the leg, which was exactly the characteristics of his dog. Isn't that amazing? He can even find a dog that has been dead for so many years. If I had money, I would have gone to see Master Zhuo. Oh, so amazing. Mo Xuanyi immediately became very interested. Then where is this Master Zhuo? Is it easy to find him? No one is easier to find than Master Zhuo. He is still studying in our second high school. Every morning, he will have his fortune read at the school gate early. 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour at noon, 1 hour in the afternoon, and 3 hours in the morning. Although Master Zhuo is young, he is really capable. Miss, here are your buns. Okay. Mo Xuanyi took the buns and walked forward absent-mindedly. It seemed that it was him. Second high school? She looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock. It seemed that she would not be able to make it this afternoon. Zhuo Xiaojuo used a speed that was not much faster than a snail to return home step by step. The turbulent spiritual energy in his body was not only restless but also on the verge of exploding. He even dared to say that if he suppressed it, his dantian would most likely explode. It seems that I have really reached my limit. I am not as talented as Nyan Cat. 50 times. How did I suppress it? Why don't I remember Nyan Cat suppressing it? Zhuo Xiaojuo sighed in his heart. Sitting at the table, facing the delicious food, he could not eat and did not move his chopsticks for a long time. Zhuo Xiaoyan was puzzled by his behavior. What's wrong with you? Zhuo Xiaojuo hung his head dejectedly. I may be about to break through. Breaking through is a good thing. Haven't you been having headaches for a long time these days? There are no signs of your spiritual energy being restless. Zhuo Xiaoyan was more and more confused. But I have only suppressed it so far. It is far less than your 50 times. Zhuo Xiaojuo felt extremely dejected. He felt like a loser. My 50 times? Zhuo Xiaoyan widened her beautiful eyes. She finally remembered in time and didn't reveal any flaws. However, she still couldn't help but laugh. Alas, sometimes a person's strength is limited. When you reach the limit, you just have to break through. When you reach the Xiantian late stage, you can still accumulate another round of thorny road. At that time, it will be the key to laying the foundation of life. Zhuo Xiaojuo was depressed. In particular, he couldn't say, but I want to surpass you in every round so that I can catch up with you faster than you. And then I can beat you every day. Nyan Cat's reaction was hard to predict. It's over. As soon as my mind wavered, my spiritual source began to surge again. Zhuo Xiaojuo was at a loss of what to do. Even his limbs began to feel helpless. Zhuo Xiaoyan saw his flushed face and sweating profusely. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. You have completed your cultivation. Once you break through, you can push the boat with the current. Why are you so hot? As she spoke, she reached out her hand and placed it on his forehead. At this moment, a hot force flowed through Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm and into her meridians. At the same time, the cold force in Zhuo Xiaoyan's palm also penetrated into Zhuo Xiaojuo's meridians. At the same time, a hot force also entered Zhuo Xiaoyan's meridians in an instant. Zhuo Xiaojuo only felt that his entire body was surrounded by an indescribable cool and refreshing feeling. The originally turbulent and restless spirit qi was actually restrained in an instant, becoming gentle and smooth. Zhuo Xiaojuo's eyes widened. He immediately recalled that day when he accidentally touched Zhuo Xiaoyan's chest. Cough, cough. That cool and refreshing feeling made him understand something. But this time, Zhuo Xiaojuo's vital energy was surging too violently. The cool energy that Zhuo Xiaoyan poured in was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It didn't help at all. After being digested by the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra, it became even more violent, causing a bigger wave to surge. Zhuo Xiaoyan was feeling the heat that suddenly entered her body. She only felt a warm and indescribable comfort all over her body. Suddenly, she heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice. "Little sister Nian, touch me." Hearing this, Zhuo Xiaonian was shocked. Even Wu Yuting and Zhuo Chonglu looked up in shock. Why was this sentence so explosive? Wasn't it too direct? "Hurry up!" Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed, "Hurry up and touch me." Zhuo Xiaonian's face turned red. You. It's too late, it's too late." Zhuo Xiaoduo grabbed Zhuo Xiaonian's hand and pressed it on his head. He hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and use your Moon Sutra to touch me." Zhuo Xiaonian was so embarrassed that she stuttered, You. Mom and Dad are still here." Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting rolled their eyes at each other. What was she saying? So we're in the way, but if we're not here, you'll just touch him directly. However, everything happened so quickly and mysteriously that Zhuo Xiaonian didn't need to use her qi to guide her power. The moment her hand touched Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead, the heat was automatically transmitted out. At the same time, the cool air was also automatically transmitted into Zhuo Xiaoduo's body. For a moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian both felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Woo. Zhuo Xiaoduo moaned happily. Zhuo Xiaonian bit her lower lip tightly with her silver teeth, trying to control herself as much as possible. However, this extremely comfortable feeling continued to surge and hit her body like a wave. Zhuo Xiaonian's body began to tremble, and even her breathing became heavy. Her face was flushed red. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that his face was full of smirks. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting rolled their eyes. They stood up quietly and walked back to the bedroom with their backs against the wall. The two of them were experts in cultivation. Through the current situation, they were able to quickly determine that the siblings were currently in some kind of state of cultivation. They were using yin to support yang, yang to converge yin and yang to harmonize. It was precisely the mutual generation and reinforcement of each other, complementing each other. It was just that the two of them were enjoying this process. Other than them, it was an eyesore. However, it wasn't a bad thing, and they wouldn't do anything improper. Naturally, they wouldn't disturb them. Young people nowadays. What are they doing? Wu Yuting sighed again and again. Their cultivation. Zhuo Chonglu glared. How can I not know that their cultivation? Wu Yuting said angrily. Zhuo Chonglu rolled his eyes. In the living room, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt waves of cool and refreshing feeling entering his body. At the same time, he felt waves of vital energy in his dantian surging. This time, it was really difficult to control. It was also at this time that the energy within the dragon blood-flying dagger formed a third source and continuously channeled into Zhuo Xiaoduo's body, making it more and more difficult for him to deal with it. The waves were getting bigger and bigger. Finally, every time the cool and refreshing feeling entered his dantian, it could temporarily suppress the extreme impulse that had reached its peak. In just 10 minutes, it had been suppressed 13 or 14 times. Gradually, Zhuo Xiaoduo's dantian had become a balloon that had inflated to the extreme. Finally, all of the energy flowed together and merged into one. The momentum became even more unstoppable and unstoppable. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still hoping for Zhuo Xiaonian's next wave of cooling assistance, but he didn't expect that this time, the power that came from Zhuo Xiaonian's palm was actually the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra that originally belonged to him. At most, it wasn't as hot as his own, but it was still warm as it poured into his body. Fuck, it was actually adding more and more weight. Zhuo Xiaonian cried out in surprise. Her little hand was bounced away by Zhuo Xiaoduo's forehead. Ayayaya. Oh. Zhuo Xiaoduo screamed, tu. It's broken. All of a sudden, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt an explosion in his body. Something had broken. A wave of energy came from above, like a heavenly fire pouring down. Another wave of energy came from below, like magma surging up. The two waves of energy quickly met at the intersection of the Ren and Du meridians, and merged into one without any obstruction. The Ren and Du meridians that were seen as a natural moat opened with a sound. The energy from above continued to pour down endlessly, and the energy from below also surged up endlessly. You are in me, I am in you, and you are in me. Gradually, They intertwined into a ball, and it was difficult to tell them apart. Finally, the two waves of energy rushed out. One went straight to the spring, and then rushed back, while the other went straight to the top of the head. It broke through the obstruction of the bridge of heaven and earth like a hot knife through butter, and then turned and rushed to the dantian, where it finally met. When it surged again after converging in the dantian, it was already the same type of energy. It flowed along the meridians in his body, and quickly circulated 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. After a total of 81 cycles, Zhuo Xiaojuo suddenly jumped up, covered his mouth, and rushed into the toilet. As soon as he opened his mouth, a gush of scarlet blood mixed with a lot of black color was vomited into the toilet bowl. After vomiting this mouthful of blood, he felt that his body was as light as a feather, as if he was about to fly. He felt even lighter than when he took off all the heavy equipment yesterday. His eyes and ears were much more sensitive than before. Although the vital qi in his dantian was still hot, it was more agile and more obedient than before. It was as easy to control as if it was his own arm. Zhuo Xiaojuo pretended to stretch out his finger, and as soon as his mind moved, a wave of vital qi came out of his hand, and made a small hole in the wall. Ouch! Zhuo Xiaojuo hurriedly withdrew his vital qi, and rubbed the small hole in the wall with heartache. This was his house, and he could not tear it down. He felt that there was still a strange energy forming in his mind. He did not need to care about it at all, and it was already forming, growing, and expanding spontaneously. It felt as if a mysterious space had suddenly opened up in his mind, and it was a special space that completely belonged to him. This was the feeling. Divine thought. Innate divine thought, finally. Chapter 245. I finally have my divine sense. Zhuo Xiaojuo smelled the moment he felt the power take shape. Although he couldn't see or touch it, the space should be as big as his house, right? What's this smell? Where did it come from? Zhuo Xiaojuo looked around and found that the source of the smell was himself. There were stains on his body. It was the impurities in his body that were naturally discharged when he advanced to the innate stage. Zhuo Xiaojuo went into the toilet for the second time. He took off all his clothes and took a shower, but the entire toilet floor was black. As the shower continued, Zhuo Xiaojuo found that even his scalp looked like it had been dyed. The black water that came down couldn't be washed clean even after a long time. At this moment, his stomach began to rumble. He decided to sit on the toilet bowl and let out a series of gulu-gulu sounds. It stinks. How can it be so smelly? Zhuo Xiaojuo covered his nose. It's so immoral. Sister Nyan Nyan. Zhuo Xiaojuo opened the door a little and said politely, "Please bring me a set of clothes." Zhuo Xiaonian said, "I've already placed it for you. Just reach out and take it." As a Zhuo Xiaonian who had experienced it once, she obviously knew what Zhuo Xiaojuo needed now. Her heart was filled with joy. Dogda finally broke through to the innate stage. And this last time, it was her who had communicated with his fiery sun and moon spirit. She had helped him suppress his breakthrough 15 times. This kind of suppression during the last breakthrough was especially important. Dogda had suppressed his breakthrough 20 times more than what she had accumulated in the past. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaonian couldn't help but be shocked. It was hard to imagine what heights her Dogda could reach in the future. Just based on the number of times he suppressed his breakthrough, Zhuo Xiaoduo's performance was unprecedented, at least in the martial master realm. According to the historical records of cultivation, the number of times he suppressed his breakthrough was only 21. And Zhuo Xiaojuo. Just tonight, he suppressed his breakthrough 15 times. Plus, he said that he suppressed his breakthrough 17 or 18 times. Didn't that mean he suppressed his breakthrough more than 33 times? Zhuo Xiaonian naturally didn't know that Zhuo Xiaoduo's providence points had increased. If she knew, she would probably say that he was a monster. If one were to really calculate the total number of times of suppression, there would be at least 50 times. But no one knew this number except for people who wouldn't believe it. Including Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't know. The part that Zhuo Xiaojuo didn't know was the part where Zhuo Xiaonian helped him. His knowledge of cultivation was still shallow, so he didn't know that the help of the cool air 15 times was equivalent to 15 times of suppression. A moment later, Zhuo Xiaojuo walked out in his loose pajamas. His face was full of satisfaction. I've finally broken through. But this feeling is really good, so good, so good. He shook his head and forced a look of disappointment. Although I still can't compare to Sister Nyan Nyan back then. I feel that I'm already very good. He chuckled as he said that. He was happy from the bottom of his heart. Before, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to catch up, so of course he had to try his best. But now that he had broken through, there was no point in worrying. Since there was no point in worrying, the only thing left was to enjoy the pleasure of breaking through. As for the future, didn't Nyan Nyan just say that there would be opportunities to catch up in the future? Zhuo Xiaojuo had always been open-minded. When it was time to work hard, he would work hard and try his best. But when he worked hard to his limit, he would calmly accept reality no matter if the result was good or bad. You've broken through, congratulations. Zhuo Xiaonian brought over a big bowl of steamed buns. Let's eat. But for Zhuo Xiaojuo, who had broken through to the innate stage, his body could communicate with the heavens and earth and even absorb energy. Therefore, he couldn't eat too much food now. After eating a total of 3 steamed buns, Zhuo Xiaojuo felt full. He didn't expect to be full at all. Looking at the small mountain of food in front of him, Zhuo Xiaojuo's face was melancholy. He was full just like that. That shouldn't be, right? But he was really full. How strange, how could he be full after eating 3 steamed buns? Shouldn't he be able to eat more as his cultivation level increased? Dad, Mom, come out and eat. Zhuo Xiaonian blushed and called out. Zhuo Xiaonian was embarrassed by the way her parents tried to avoid arousing suspicion. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaonian wanted to clarify. Actually, I'm just helping the dog cultivate. It's not what you think. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting walked out with smiles on their faces. Dad, Mom, actually just now. Zhuo Xiaonian blushed and gathered her courage. Ahem, you don't have to say any more. Wu Yuting interrupted. I understand, I understand. Zhuo Changlu also said, I understand, I understand. Actually, the dog and I are. We understand, we really understand. Wu Yuting smiled. We were also young. Zhuo Xiaonian blushed even more. She stamped her feet and said coquettishly, Mom, it's not what you think. Actually. Why are you saying this? Zhuo Changlu said, let's eat, let's eat. It's not like your mom and I don't dislike it. Zhuo Xiaonian stamped her feet. It's really not. Why are you so naggy? Zhuo Changlu frowned. Did I say anything to your mom? Did we say anything strange? But this. Then it's settled. Zhuo Changlu waved his hand and said firmly, no one is allowed to mention it in the future. It's just a small matter. What about you? Wu Yuting smiled and pinched Zhuo Xiaonian's pink face. She was full of tenderness. Oh my bai has really grown up. Zhuo Xiaonian blushed even more. My little pig has also grown up. Wu Yuting pinched Zhuo Xiaojuo's face again. Zhuo Xiaojuo giggled. Is the cabbage delicious? You are really bad. Zhuo Xiaonian didn't even have a chance to explain. Instead, she was treated like a cabbage. She turned around and ran away. Ha ha ha. Wu Yuting and Zhuo Changlu laughed. The couple winked at each other. It used to be a family ganging up to bully their son. Now, they were ganging up with their son to bully their daughter. It was a novel and comfortable feeling. It seemed like they would have to bully them more often in the future. Then, it was Zhuo Xiaojuo's turn to ask. You're not eating anymore? Are you full? Wu Yuting looked at Zhuo Xiaojuo in shock. Then, she turned around and looked at the mountain of steamed buns, the pile of flour that they had just bought, and 7 to 8 steamers full of steamed buns. I'm full. Zhuo Xiaojuo grinned. I've already broken through to the innate stage. I don't need to eat so much anymore. Then, You'll keep eating like today? Yes. For a moment, Wu Yuting couldn't help but feel lost. When her son could eat, he complained that cooking was too tiring. Now that he didn't need to eat so much, she felt a little uncomfortable. She clearly knew that this was the right thing to do. It was probably a little bit of a mother's image. What are you thinking? This is obviously a good thing. Zhuo Changlu smiled and said, your mother finally doesn't have to work so hard. Of course, it's a good thing. Yes, yes. Zhuo Xiaojuo surrounded Wu Yuting, telling jokes and making funny faces. Finally, he succeeded in making Wu Yuting laugh. Get lost. Do you think your mother is so weak? Do you really think I don't know anything? I'll return all these things tomorrow. Zhuo Changlu said, also, restore the kitchen to its original state. Okay. Zhuo Xiaojuo went to his room after eating. He had just broken through, so the most important thing now was to stabilize his foundation. Also, his energy center was now empty. There wasn't much left. All of the true core force that had been in his body had turned into wisps of mist after the breakthrough, wandering back and forth in his dantian. What was especially different from the spiritual energy of ordinary people was that Zhuo Xiaoduo's spiritual energy was a fiery red color. It was also filled with explosive and violent power. Zhuo Xiaojuo cultivated in his room, trying to fill up his empty energy center as soon as possible. He held the dragon blood-flying dagger in one hand and 2 pieces of middle-grade jade of astral souls in the other. After 10 minutes, the 2 pieces of middle-grade jade of astral souls turned into fragments. However, Zhuo Xiaojuo, who had a lot of resources at hand, didn't feel reluctant to part with them. He took out another 2 pieces and continued cultivating. After cultivating like this for an entire hour, he still felt that his dantian was empty. The spiritual qi that he had just absorbed had turned into his current innate strength, but it had only increased by a small amount. The energy provided by the dragon blood-flying dagger was enormous. Almost all of the energy he had accumulated came from the dragon blood-flying dagger. However, most of the energy he had obtained from the dragon blood-flying dagger had been used up during the breakthrough. Zhuo Xiaonian floated around outside Zhuo Xiaoduo's window. She knew that it was a crucial moment for Zhuo Xiaojuo and that he couldn't be disturbed by anyone. Therefore, she gathered her energy and protected Zhuo Xiaojuo. As for going out to cultivate, it was definitely not possible tonight. Zhuo Xiaojuo cultivated for a while more, but the efficiency was really too low. Instead, he started to think about the power of his divine sense. He felt that this thing was more interesting. Although it couldn't be seen or touched, and it wasn't like spiritual energy that could increase the power of his divine sense, it was still very useful. As soon as he thought about it, he accidentally touched the ring left behind by Blind Hong. He was shocked to find that there was suddenly a huge space in front of him. This ring had already recognized him as its owner. Now that he had divine sense, it was really easy to open it. It was very convenient. Go in. The teacup on the table suddenly disappeared. Come out. The teacup appeared again. Go in. Zhuo Xiaojuo pointed at the bedding. Come out. Go in. He pointed at the bed. Come out. Ha 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 ha. This is so fucking fun. Master Zhuo was overjoyed. He opened his mouth and laughed so hard that his tongue kept shaking in his mouth. It was obvious that this guy was a little arrogant. Chapter 246. It was so cool to have such a space ring. It was a must-have weapon for traveling, killing, and robbing. Previously, every time he saw Nyan Nyan changing things out of nowhere, he was always envious, but he was too embarrassed to say anything. Now, he, Mr. Zhuo, also had a space ring and could show off in front of others. Awesome. Cool. In a hidden place outside the window, Zhuo Xiaonian was amused as she watched this funny guy changing in and out of the ring. After a while, she was speechless. Was it really that fun? Look at how excited you are. Are you done yet? After Zhuo Xiaojuo changed in and out of the ring for more than 30 times, Zhuo Xiaonian finally changed her expression. How can it be so many times? His divine sense is unexpectedly strong. Is it still not exhausted? He hadn't noticed this earlier, but now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt fear. When I broke through to the Xiantian realm and got my first spatial ring, I was also so excited. I went in and out to play with it 7 or 8 times. Then, I felt a splitting headache. It took me a long time to recover. How can this kid not be tired after playing with it so many times? His divine sense can last for so long. Zhuo Xiaonian rushed into Zhuo Xiaoduo's room. Damn. Ah! Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised. Why are you here? Don't overuse your divine sense. Once you use it too much, it will cause headaches and may even damage your divine sense. Zhuo Xiaonian reminded him seriously. Oh, okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo followed her advice and stopped the experiment immediately. The space ring my godfather left me is not small, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Not small? How big is it? Zhuo Xiaonian was curious. How big is yours? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. My master gave this to me. It's about 10 cubic meters. Zhuo Xiaonian was proud. 10 cubic meters? Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. So small? He couldn't help but open Blind Hong's spatial ring. He only felt that it was pitch black inside. He couldn't see the end of it. His divine perception went all the way to the innermost part of the cave before he found something piled up on the other side. There were also a few things that looked like jade pendants. Withdrawing his divine sense, Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that the storage capacity of this spatial ring was enough to fit a small hill without any problems. How big is this thing that your godfather gave you? Zhuo Xiaonian asked excitedly. He thought to himself, Blind Hong lived such a poor life. It was already rare for him to have a spatial ring, so how big could it be? At best, it was 1 or 2 cubic meters, but that was more than enough. Ahem, mine is quite big. It should be around 20 to 30,000 cubic meters, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo said uncertainly. 20 to 30,000 cubic meters? Zhuo Xiaonian laughed, thinking that she understood. 2 to 3 cubic meters? But it's enough. It's more than enough to store some elixirs and weapons. Ah. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared and said, I said 20 to 30,000 cubic meters. Take a look if you don't believe me. Silly, once the spatial ring recognizes its owner, only the owner can see it. How can I see it? Zhuo Xiaoduo urged. Well, if you still have enough divine perception, why don't you take a look and see how many good things your godfather left for you? His expression was a little mischievous. That blind man. What good things could he have? Let me see. Zhuo Xiaoduo found the biggest pile and took out a piece of black astral soul's jade. This piece of astral soul's jade was completely different from the astral soul's jade Zhuo Xiaoduo knew. It was completely black and shone with sparkling starlight. Looking at this piece of astral soul's jade was like looking at the night sky. The moment the black astral soul's jade was taken out, a wave of pure spiritual energy filled the entire Zhuo residence and quickly spread to the surroundings. Supreme grade jade of astral souls. Zhuo Xiaonian was given a fright upon seeing this. Take it back. Ah! Zhuo Xiaoduo was also shocked. He didn't expect that this seemingly inconspicuous piece of jade of astral souls could create such a huge commotion. He quickly took it back. Zhuo Xiaonian felt her chest pounding and her face turning red. There's a supreme grade jade of astral souls. I've only heard of this kind of astral souls jade, but I've never seen the real thing. Your godfather, Blind Hong, actually has such a good thing. This is so surprising. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also very confused at this moment. Blind Hong didn't seem like someone who would have such good things. Whether it was the space ring with an amazing capacity or the supreme grade jade of astral souls jade that even Nyan Nyan Cat had only heard of but had never seen with her own eyes. See, how many pieces do you have? Zhuo Xiaonian lowered her voice and whispered like a thief. Let me see. Zhuo Xiaoduo used his divine perception to take a look. With a strange expression, he said, about 10,000 pieces? About 10,000 pieces? Zhuo Xiaonian's body trembled, and he stood there dumbfounded. 10 low-grade pieces could be exchanged for 1 medium-grade piece. 10 medium-grade pieces could be exchanged for 1 high-grade piece, but 100 high-grade pieces could not be exchanged for 1 supreme-grade piece. The supreme-grade jade of astral souls had always been priceless. At this moment, a sound came from the door. Zhuo Changlu walked in. The commotion just now. Did you open your godfather's space ring? Yes. Zhuo Xiaojuo nodded obediently. See what's inside, Zhuo Changlu said. There's a supreme-grade jade of astral souls, Dad, Zhuo Xiaonian rushed to say. Yes. Zhuo Changlu nodded without any surprise. How much do you have? More than 10,000 pieces. Well, why don't you give half to your sister? Zhuo Changlu said. No. I don't need it. Zhuo Xiaonian shook her head frantically. That was a supreme-grade jade of astral souls. It was definitely a supreme-grade item for cultivation. It was perfect for Gouda to use it to catch up. The more he used, the better. It's settled then. Listen to Dad. Zhuo Changlu ignored Zhuo Xiaonian's refusal and ordered directly. Xiaonian, don't use your previous space ring. Use the one your Uncle Nan gave you. Huh. Your original space is too small. Zhuo Changlu said, the one your Uncle Nan gave you is suitable for you. But Xiaojuo's space ring is bigger than your Uncle Nan's. Okay then. Zhuo Xiaonian had been eyeing that space ring for a long time. That ownerless space ring had a space of thousands of cubic meters. Hearing this, he immediately agreed happily. He turned the 2 rings upside down and put the things in his own ring directly into the big ring. Only after the ring had recognized him as its owner and he put it on his middle finger did he start to laugh foolishly. She touched the new space ring and couldn't put it down. Give me your original space ring. Zhuo Xiaojuo reached out for it. Don't you already have one? Zhuo Xiaonian was confused. Why do you want a smaller one when you already have such a big one? Oh, you're so stupid. Zhuo Xiaojuo said, mine is invisible. In the future, if I suddenly have a weapon but no space ring on my finger, won't it be suspicious? And yours is more than 10 cubic meters. It's just right for my finger. If it's stolen, won't it be the smaller one? It's not a loss. Zhuo Xiaonian was speechless. You even thought of this? On the other side, Zhuo Changlu was also stunned. His son was a little cautious. He even thought of how to be robbed. His mentality was really speechless. Crash. Zhuo Xiaojuo poured out half of the top-grade jade of astral souls and said, Sister Nyan, put it away. If you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid someone will come. Then something big will happen. Zhuo Changlu saw that Zhuo Xiaonian was still hesitating and hurriedly urged her. Zhuo Xiaonian was shocked and hurriedly put it away. She stood up and felt the extremely dense spiritual energy in the air. It was almost suffocating. Her expression was complicated and she was speechless for a long time. See what else is there. I don't think you can recognize anything in there. Zhuo Changlu urged Zhuo Xiaojuo. Almost every item that was taken out next made Zhuo Changlu frown. There were even a few items that emitted an evil force as soon as they were taken out. Zhuo Xiaojuo was alert and put them away immediately. Those few items just now really aren't anything good. Zhuo Changlu warned him, you can't touch those items for the time being. Do you understand? With your current cultivation, if you take them out, your life will be over before a major disaster occurs. I understand. I won't touch them. He looked through the big piles and the small piles. They were all strange things. Not only did Zhuo Xiaojuo not recognize any of them, but even Zhuo Xiaonian didn't recognize any of them. After looking through all of them, Zhuo Xiaojuo felt around and took out a token. It was a token that looked very simple and unadorned. The word flood was engraved on the front and water on the back. Flood. Zhuo Xiaojuo looked at the word and murmured, not understanding its meaning. Zhuo Changlu's eyes narrowed. There was indeed this token. It seemed that this ring was really that person's life ring. What's more, there was a great chance that it contained that person's life collection and life savings. Even if it wasn't all of it, It was definitely the essence of most of it. No matter what, you can't take out this token. Zhuo Changlu played with the token and said in a very low voice, "Do you understand?" "Yes." "What else?" "There are some jade slips for transmitting skills. There are only about 10 of them. It's not a lot. Take them out and let me have a look." Zhuo Changlu's eyes lit up. He then asked, "Are there hammers in there? If the pair of hammers were also in there, it would be wonderful." "Hammers? There are no hammers." "No. No pair of big hammers?" "No." Zhuo Changlu was a little disappointed. Why didn't that blind man put the hammers in there? If he didn't put his personal weapons in the space ring, then what was he doing? Zhuo Xiaojuo took out all the jade slips and put them on the bed. "That's all." Zhuo Changlu picked them up one by one and checked them. Zhuo Xiaojuo and Zhuo Xiaonian exchanged glances and winked at each other. Dad was really not pretending anymore. Hee. Soft water sword, mountain flood sword, river sword, pugilistic world sword, river sea sword, sea sky sword. What kind of stupid names are these? Zhuo Changlu expressed his heartfelt disdain. The people of the Umno Alliance were uncultured. Look at these names. If it were the people of the astral souls who came up with these names, they would definitely have a dreamlike and extraordinary aura. He looked at the other group. Drizzle sword, medium rain sword, heavy rain sword, rainstorm sword. Fuck. This is simply... what the... Zhuo Changlu was speechless. This level of naming was indeed a big shot of a generation. A real big shot. I have to admit defeat. As for the last group, Zhuo Zhanglu spat out blood the moment he saw them. Hammer. Hammer, hammer. Hammer, hammer, hammer. Hammer of 1,000 souls. Obviously, these were 4 sets of hammer techniques. Zhuo Zhanglu couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to curse. So, he blurted out, "Blind Hong, you're numb. What kind of stupid names were these?" Chapter 247. Just by looking at these names, even Zhuo Changlu's self-restraint was on the verge of collapse. Zhuo Changlu would have rolled his eyes at most if someone else had come up with such names. But the problem was, these names were given by that big shot. That big boss who smashed the entire world with a pair of sledgehammers gave a bunch of names like that. Zhuo Zhanglu couldn't help but feel extremely unbearable. Your godfather's name is really a disgrace to his ancestors. Zhuo Changlu let out a long sigh. What the hell is this? Then, he said, the drizzle, the rain in the drizzle, the rain in the rainstorm. All of these are for little Nyan. Only the others were suitable for Xiao Duo to learn and master. After you've mastered it, you can teach it to each other. You should be able to benefit even more. Yes. In addition, you can change the names of these cultivation techniques as you see fit. Anyway, I feel like throwing up my dinner from last night. Zhuo Changlu sighed. They're so fucking cultured. By the way, you don't have to teach your sister Nyan those hammer skills. If your sister Nyan wields a sledgehammer. At this point, not to mention Zhuo Xiaojuo, even Zhuo Changlu shuddered. That scene was simply too beautiful, too painful to the eyes. He didn't dare to think about it or look at it. Zhuo Xiaojuo and Zhuo Xiaonian were disgusted. By the way, some jade slips can only be used once. Later on, you guys can pick a cultivation jade slip and try it out to confirm if it's a one-time use. Zhuo Changlu reminded him, start from the lowest level. I think the contents of these jade slips are extraordinary. You must be careful when you try. Then I'll go first, Zhuo Xiaonian said. She was afraid that Zhuo Xiaojuo, who had just broken through, would have a problem if he were to bear a large amount of impact on his divine sense. Therefore, it was better for her, whose cultivation was stronger and higher, to try. She volunteered. He picked up one of the jade slips with the words Drizzle Sword written on it and placed it on his forehead. It had to be said that among these sword techniques, only the name of this technique was relatively acceptable. As for the others, they were simply unbearable to look at. Just looking at the names would make one's intestines cramp. A set of swordsmanship moves gradually appeared in Zhuo Xiaonian's mind. Soon after, they were firmly engraved in her divine sense, leaving a deep impression on her as if she had practiced them for decades. This sword technique is really too exquisite. As soon as Zhuo Xiaonian saw the sword, she was full of surprise and praise. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo's blind godfather have so many good things? The sword momentum is like the gentle drizzle of spring. Before one feels the rain, it has already soaked the ends of one's hair, silently moistening everything. There is also that gentleness that seeps into one's heart, endless and endless, covering the sky and covering the earth, leaving traces of rain everywhere. Zhuo Xiaonian opened her eyes, and her face was full of surprise. Zhuo Xiaonian's cultivation attainments had reached a very high level. The inheritance of Kunlun Taoism she had obtained was also one of the best in the Astral Souls continent. She had a good vision. And this newly obtained, drizzle sword technique, was so profound that it was more than a level higher than the sword technique of the Kunlun Taoist sect that he was currently cultivating. It was simply a world of difference. They could not be mentioned in the same breath at all. The wide coverage of the attack, the comprehensive angle, and the craftiness of the attack all made Zhuo Xiaonian feel incredible and unimaginable. After carefully studying it, Zhuo Xiaonian slowly opened her eyes and said, "This drizzle sword technique jade slip is a one-time use." After the inheritance, the color of the jade slip immediately dimmed. Obviously, it could no longer be used. Zhuo Zhonglu observed carefully. Then, he said, "It's not purely a one-time use. However, if you want to use it again, you have to instill the same source of energy into it before you can use it again. Therefore, it's no different from a one-time use." He frowned and pondered for a long time. Although he had not heard of these sword techniques before, it might be because his status was too high. And this guy always used a hammer in the battle. But he could not guarantee that no one else had been taught by this guy. What if someone found it? He said, "Nian you can temporarily use this set of sword technique as your trump card in the future. Combine it with your Kunlun Immortal Sect's Starry Sky Step and your Moon Soul Sutra. But you must remember, if you don't use the Moon Soul Sutra, don't show any of these sword techniques in front of others easily. Once you make a move, try your best to kill the enemy." "Why is that?" "Well, this is something you don't know. This blind Hong has revealed a lot of secrets in this world. Unfortunately, he did not make many friends. Instead, he has countless enemies, and there is no lack of top experts among them. Once you are recognized, it will be quite unfavorable for you." Zhuo Chonglu did not tell the truth at this time, because he was worried that his daughter could not accept the fact that the Umno Alliance was a skill imparting. Although Zhuo Chonglu did not think it was important, many people cared about it. In Zhuo Chonglu's view, the cultivation method was the cultivation method. The so-called good and evil were just people's hearts. But now, under the overwhelming propaganda of the Umno Alliance is evil, many young men and women had already formed a deep-rooted moral standard in their hearts. Even the martial arts of the Umno Alliance had become evil. Also, the two of you should not unsheath your swords easily if you can. Zhuo Zhonglu felt that he still needed to add a layer of insurance for his son and daughter. He warned them, "Your swords belong to the top of this world. To be fair, with your shallow cultivation, you really don't deserve to own such divine weapons. Moreover, what does the divine weapon of your sword represent? Swords have always been used to kill people. The divine weapon of the sword is naturally the top killing weapon. When a person reaches a certain level, he will have the magnanimity and arrogance that belongs to that level. Similarly, swords are the same. Swords are divine weapons, so they have arrogance. When they are unsheathed, there will be blood. It is inauspicious to return empty. There is an ancient saying that when a divine sword is unsheathed, it will not return without blood. This is the principle." Zhuo Chonglu said, "So, once an unforeseen event occurs and you have no choice but to unsheath your sword, there will be no survivors. The sword is merciless, and there will be no leeway, no karma." Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were stunned when they heard this. It was the first time that they had heard such high-sounding words from their father. In fact, it was cruel to kill and eliminate karma. Whether it is in Jianghu or on the battlefield, this is a famous saying. You must remember it. Put it into action. Zhuo Changlu said seriously, you grew up in the rear, so it is natural for you to be soft-hearted. However, you must correct yourself on this point. Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage in Jianghu or on the battlefield. Especially when two armies are fighting, there is no concept of cruelty. There is only a standpoint. This was what Zhuo Changlu was most worried about. Yes. Dad, what if we practice sparring? You're asking a silly question. The sword moves you've inherited can't be used for sparring at all. Every move is aimed at a fatal spot. Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes and said, the jade slip is engraved in the mind. What is the point of practicing? Yes. Zhuo Xiaonian thought for a while and also felt that she was blinded by common sense. Indeed, once this set of sword moves was used, it was aimed at a fatal spot. It was a series of killing moves. It was really not suitable for practice. Not to mention, her sword was too sharp. She did not dare to think about it anymore. This is the true meaning of the sword move. Zhuo Zhanglu said softly, many of the so-called sword techniques from before, such as stabbing the wrist, thrusting the leg, and even the shoulder, leave some leeway for the enemy, and show mercy. That's simply a joke. Furthermore, you're playing with your own life. The people who created these sword moves are all crazy. When facing an enemy, fighting with such a mentality is no different from courting death. Zhuo Xiaonian looked embarrassed. Many of the sword moves of Kunlun Taoism were like this. They were modest, peaceful, and full of vitality. Moreover, Taoism was often proud of this. But now, in Zhuo Changlu's words, it was worthless. Such sword moves are all created by those who are only in Jianghu and have never been on the battlefield. They lack the momentum of blood and killing. For practitioners who have been on the battlefield all year round, it is a coward's sword move. Zhuo Zhanglu mercilessly commented, only those who roam the Jianghu with the intention of making as many friends as possible will be able to. So, they will leave some leeway in their attacks. And, they won't get to know each other if they don't fight. Haha, this will be a joke on the battlefield. On the battlefield, life and death are at stake. Who wants to be friends with you? What mutual appreciation? That was just a bunch of bullshit. The stronger the enemy, the more admirable he is, the more you have to kill him as soon as possible. You must remember this. Engrave it in your heart and never forget it. Rumor has it that there was once a senior in Kunlun Taoism who killed his target's entire family to settle a grudge. But he left the target's 15-year-old son alive. Because he saw that this child's talent was extraordinary and his root bone was superb. He was a peerless genius in sword practice. He actually had the ridiculous idea of cherishing talent. He said to the child, your root bone and comprehension are first class. If I kill you now, it will be a great loss to the sword world. I will wait for you in Kunlun Taoism for revenge. I hope that one day, your sword will not disappoint me. Perhaps many people will praise this person for his tolerance and self-restraint when they hear about this. Zhuo Changlu was full of sarcasm. He said, and the final result was that many years later, this young man was successful in sword practice and became famous all over the world. He went to Taoism and killed his enemy with his sword. He also said, you were extremely stupid to let me go back then. Today, you will die under my sword. It is retribution for your stupidity. You killed his entire family, but you showed mercy to the son of your enemy because you cherished talent. You are extremely stupid. You are the example of the previous carriage. I will learn from you. Therefore, you are not spared from your family. Zhuo Changlu sneered as he spoke. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of disbelief. There is actually such a stupid person in the world. Today is the third watch. Chapter 248. Zhuo Changlu chuckled. It's true. In fact, such people are everywhere in the Jianghu. They think they're chivalrous and righteous, and they're praised for their benevolence. However, they don't know that such people will never go to the battlefield. They put everything they've learned into the wilderness. They've never protected the people or the country. They only protect their own small sects and small families. They claim to be chivalrous, but in fact, they have learned a lot of martial arts. However, they have spent their whole life exchanging pointers with others and making friends. They have close friends all over the world. They know each other everywhere. This kind of person, even when they're old, still has to say that they have a clear conscience. If they were in a prosperous era, it might be a good story. Unfortunately, it's a chaotic era now. The threat of the enemy is always knocking on the door. Such people can only be described as laughable. Zhuo Changlu said faintly, "Martial artists who don't serve the country are not worthy of being called martial artist. Martial artists who don't protect the people are not worthy of being called martial artist. Martial artists who don't protect the mainland are not worthy of being called martial artist. Martial artists who don't protect the human race are not worthy of being called martial artist." This is the same whether it's the humans of the astral souls or the humans of the Umno Alliance. The battlefield is the best place for martial artists to display their skills. If you only practice martial arts for exchanging pointers and making friends, it's better to practice dancing all year round and dance in the square every day. It's better not to practice Tao. At this point, I want to solemnly reiterate one point. You have to remember that the current era is not the peaceful era that exists in novels. It's also not a prosperous era. It's a chaotic era now. The true meaning of practicing martial arts and practicing Tao is beyond the scope of strengthening the body, cultivating one's character, and prolonging one's life. It's more about protection. If you only want to show off, you really don't need to take this difficult path. Zhuo Changlu rarely spoke so much. Zhuo Xiaojuo and Zhuo Xiaonian listened attentively. Every sentence and every word was firmly engraved in their hearts. Both of them cherished this time very much. My father seems to be a little agitated these days. Plus, for the first time, he has been guiding the siblings in their cultivation. After today, it may be impossible for me to see him and talk to him so much. My father thought to himself. There are so many sword techniques. Don't be rash. Practice them step by step. For now, each of you should master one inheritance per day. Don't use too many of these divine sense imprints every day. Otherwise, it will damage your divine sense. It's not worth it. Yes. Stop your usual nightly training and teach each other. Practice your swordsmanship and strengthen your foundation. These swordsmanship moves are enough for you to practice for a long time. Although the soul imprint can engrave the swordsmanship in your mind, to truly master it and use it freely, it will take a long time. It can't be done overnight. Understood? Also, you must remember to change the names of these swordsmanship. If you can use your own sword essence to change the inherent sword force, it will be better to add some other changes. With your moon soul and flaming sun as your foundation, it's not difficult to do this. It's just a matter of time. Xiao Juo's hammering techniques. The first 3 can already be practiced. There's no harm in using them. Only the last one is not allowed to be used unless you meet a life and death enemy. Once you use it, you must hammer the enemy to death. Understood? What Zhuo Zhanglu was most worried about was the 1,000 Souls hammer. Hammering techniques were best at using strength to suppress the enemy. They were not known for their exquisite moves. However, the 1,000 Spirits hammer had its own Tao. Its characteristics were obvious. There was no way to change it or disguise it. All the top warriors in the continent would be able to recognize it as soon as they saw it. If he really used it in public, it would be terrible. The title of a spy of the Umno Alliance could not escape. I asked your Uncle Wu to make a pair of smaller hammers for you. They're about £5,000 each. They don't have your mechanism settings. Zhuo Changlu said, you can use that pair when you practice hammering. Okay. Zhuo Xiaojuo agreed, but in his heart, he was quite disapproving. He thought, I should use heavy hammers when I practice hammering. It's better to use lighter hammers against the enemy. Dad should make me a pair of £20,000 hammers. 2 hammers of £40,000 for my daily practice. No matter where I go, carrying 2 hammers bigger than a water tank, that majestic and handsome. That domineering and awesome. Zhuo Xiaojuo was about to drool when he thought about it. Zhuo Changlu thought for a while, then took out 2 jade slips from his arms and said, "This one is for Nyan. It's a very unique set of swordsmanship. It's only suitable for a woman." Zhuo Xiaonian took it. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of confusion. Where did this come from? But Zhuo Changlu was obviously not going to explain. And in this one, there are 3 sets of footwork and 3 sets of flight techniques. One of them is the most important one. It's called the Tianyuan escape technique. At the critical moment, you can burn the vital essence in your body to activate this escape technique. Your movement speed can be increased by more than 10 times on the basis of your original full-speed flight. If you encounter an enemy you can't deal with, remember to use it. Understood? The other 2 sets of flight techniques are far better than ordinary flight techniques. You can practice and experience it on your own. Nyan, you can slowly familiarize yourself with it. When you're familiar with it, you can teach it to Xiaojuo. He's still far behind in this aspect. Okay, Dad. Okay, it's okay. Finally, Zhuo Changlu turned his head and said seriously to Zhuo Xiaojuo, "Kid, you've just broken through. Remember not to show off." Zhuo Xiaojuo widened his eyes and asked cutely, "Dad, am I that kind of person?" Zhuo Changlu rolled his eyes and opened the door to leave. Zhuo Xiaonian bent over with laughter. "In the master bedroom. You're back?" Wu Yuting asked, lying on the bed and resting her head on the back of the chair. "I'm back. How is it?" "It's stronger than expected." Zhuo Changlu frowned. "No, it's much stronger. It's at least 10 to 20 times stronger." "Really? My son is that strong?" Wu Yuting suddenly straightened up in shock. "Yes, it's our son. But his foundation is beyond our expectations. It's incredible." Zhuo Changlu was also smiling. "Our footwork, flying, escaping, and your swordsmanship have all been handed over to them." Wu Yuting nodded gently and breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I can finally rest assured." Zhuo Changlu was a little speechless. "It's a pity that my swordsmanship has been passed down. These 2 guys don't like swordsmanship. Obviously, swordsmanship is the king of hundreds of weapons and the best choice in war." Wu Yuting rolled her eyes and said, "Forget it. Who would be able to use that 40-meter-long broadsword of yours? You should keep it for your own use. If Xiao Juo learned your swordsmanship, people would immediately know that he's your successor if he just mentioned that broadsword. It's even more obvious than the 1000 illusion nightmare hammer. It's better if he doesn't learn it." Zhuo Changlu said angrily, "What's wrong with my broadsword? Why didn't you say that when I killed an army with 1 strike?" Wu Yuting closed her eyes in disdain and said lazily, "Finally. I've given them what they deserve. Little Zhuo, when are we going to travel?" "Reporting to Grand Master, when Duoduo's big hammer is finished, we can fly together." "Well, then let's go to bed." "Yes, let me wait on Grand Master to bed." "Oh, vulgar." That night, Teng Guangyuan woke up after receiving treatment in the hospital. Being awake was one thing. His whole body was seriously injured. Many of his bones were broken. His head was swollen like a pig's head. His wife and son were still unconscious. Recalling the series of unforeseen events that happened during the day, Teng Guangyuan felt ashamed. He struggled to bury his face in the quilt of the hospital bed and silently shed tears. He only knew that it was a big shot above the clouds who suddenly gave him face and invited him and his family to a banquet. Since the morning, everyone knew that Meng Tianyu wanted to invite him and his family to a meal at Yunduan Pavilion. And it was a meal with only 2 families. It was a perfect family banquet. The whole bureau, all his colleagues, including the bureau chief, congratulated him. But the result was that in front of his wife and son, he was treated like a dog. No, he was treated like trash and humiliated. Together with his wife and son, the whole family had to bear this great humiliation. Wanted to bring you to glory, but I brought you to hell. Now, as long as he closed his eyes, Meng Tianyue's twisted and vicious face would appear in front of him. He greeted her with a face full of smiles, and in exchange, a glass of wine splashed on his face. Then fish soup. Then she hit him and asked, "Do you feel good when I hit you? Do you dare to hit me back? Tell your son, do you dare? Should I hit you? Should I? Do you feel good? Do you feel good?" In the end, under the watchful eyes of the public, in front of the entire city, he was beaten up bloody and his whole family was thrown out. In the end, he had to admit that he ate a free meal to smooth things over. Only then did a passerby dare to call an ambulance for him. Otherwise, he was afraid that his whole family would die in front of Yunduan Pavilion because of his serious injuries. And now, this news had probably spread throughout the whole Phoenix City. In the future, what face would he have left? What dignity would he have left? What face would he have left? Your Meng Tianyu's face is your face, but my Teng Guangyuan's face and dignity, are they nothing? Teng Guangyuan's eyes were burning with anger, almost burning the sky. If he did not take revenge, he would not die in peace. He took out his phone with his only intact left hand and dialed a number. "Is this Bureau Chief Jiang?" "I am." "It's like this, Bureau Chief Jiang, don't hang up first. I want to report with my real name. And I want to turn myself in. Evidence. Yes, there are too many. Yes, then I will wait for you at the hospital. I am afraid that they will do something to me. I have already made up my mind and put it into action. They will definitely do something to me." Putting down the phone, Teng Guangyuan's eyes flashed with extreme madness as he muttered, "Meng Tianyu. Since you treat me like this, then we will go to hell together. I, Teng Guangyuan, was completely destroyed by you in one day. What else is there to care about?" Chapter 249. Even if I can't drag you down with me, at the very least, I will make your Meng conglomerate suffer. Teng Guangyuan gritted his teeth, almost going crazy. This was a great humiliation. Even if Teng Guangyuan had already made up his mind to destroy Meng conglomerate, he didn't think that his actions would have such an impact on Meng conglomerate. As the biggest conglomerate in Phoenix City, it would be an understatement to say that its power could reach the heavens. However, even if it was a tree that reached the heavens, once it reached the point where everyone would push it down, it would be hard to say who would be the straw that broke the camel's back. There was never a rule that said that the person who defeated a super conglomerate couldn't be a small fish that wasn't in the eyes of the big shot. On the same night, Mo Xuani was wandering aimlessly on the streets. She had an inexplicable feeling that every street in this city was filled with a strange sense of familiarity to her. This feeling was real and not fake. It was very real. Or it could be said that ever since she came to this city, her soul was suddenly haunted by a kind of longing, a kind of uneasiness, a kind of fear. In short, it was an extremely complicated feeling. She quietly strolled on the streets in the dead of night. She didn't know what she was looking for, nor did she know what she was waiting for. Just walking like this, her heart seemed to be getting more and more chaotic, but also, it seemed that she was getting closer and closer to something. Phoenix City. Mo Xuani looked up and sighed softly. Help. At this time, a weak cry for help came from afar. It seemed to be a woman, followed by a rough voice of a man. It seemed to be cursing, and there was also the sound of a body being hit. Mo Xuani couldn't help but stare blankly. Following that, there was the sound of clothes being torn. And then a man's lewd laughter. Mo Xuani's eyes instantly turned cold. Why was this kind of thing happening everywhere, from the Umno Alliance to the Astral Souls? Mo Xuani's body lightly floated up. In the distance, on the 5th floor of a dilapidated building, a woman had already been knocked unconscious, and a man with a lewd smile was touching her. In the living room of this house, there was also a middle-aged couple who had been knocked unconscious. The man laughed sinisterly. "Little girl, I couldn't touch you in the past because of the family rules. Now that the family rules have been lifted, let's see where you can run to." As he spoke, he caressed the girl's face and pulled open her clothes. His palm was like a sharp knife, and he tore the girl's underwear from top to bottom. A ripping sound was heard. The man seemed to enjoy the sound. He laughed heartily and opened his arms. The girl's clothes fluttered in the wind. Then he stood up and was about to undo his pants. Bastard! A cold voice rang out, "Stop." Mo Xianyi entered through the window. An unsheathed sword appeared in his hand, flickering with a cold light. Pervert! Mo Xuanyi's eyes were filled with indescribable disappointment. Why is there a pervert like you in such a society? Her intuition at this moment was that the existence of such a pervert was an insult and a blasphemy to the city that gave her a warm feeling. She was disappointed from the bottom of her heart. The man stopped untying his belt and calmly turned around with a strange smile on his face. Oh, such a beautiful heroine actually appeared in such a society. Are you filming a TV show? Mo Xuanyi's cold eyes stared at the scum in front of her. The man sneered and looked at Mo Xuanyi up and down with a thick lustful gaze. Little girl, since you're already here, don't leave. Come and play with this big brother. To dare do this in the city, it seems you have some background. Mo Xuanyi silently made a decision in her heart. Oh, you can even guess this. The man chuckled and reached out to lift Mo Xuanyi's chin. This girl full of righteousness, have you heard of the Ning family? Ning family? Mo Xuanyi nodded and suddenly attacked with her sword. Facing the sudden attack, the man hurriedly took a step back as if he had already expected it. His movement was very agile and clever, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. He smiled. You dare to attack after hearing it's the Ning family? It seems you have some background. Mo Xuanyi snorted and attacked again with her sword. The other side saw her coming in through the window, but still remained calm and unruffled. Obviously, he was quite conceited. Since he was so conceited, then in addition to having a deep background, he must have some real ability. Mo Xuanyi had already expected this situation. And her sword just now was just a probe. As the sword light flashed, a fierce beast seemed to suddenly appear in the air, and a fiendish aura rose. The perverted man's face finally changed and he suddenly shouted, "Men!" Mo Xuanyi was stunned by this shout. It can't be, right? Coming out to pick flowers, he actually brought a follower? Is this still a perverted pervert? Why is he so arrogant? Just in time, a person flew out from all four directions and rushed over in a hurry. Sixth young master, take down this slut. This young master wants to sleep with her tonight and spread our wings. The Ning family's sixth young master laughed. A perverted pervert meeting a heroine, sleeping with two. This is something I've been dreaming of for a long time. The four people who came to help revealed a knowing smile at the same time and joined the battle together. Pa pa pa. After a few sounds of weapons clashing, Mo Xuanyi once again exclaimed in surprise, Origin Core Realm? Since when were there so many Origin Core Realm experts? And they were the bodyguards of a perverted pervert. Before the person arrived, he had already shouted, "Bastards, get out of the way." It was Yun Ju-ying. Hearing Mo Xuanyi's voice, Yun Ju-ying hurried over. When he arrived, he was shocked. Why are there so many people attacking Mo Xuanyi? He has just arrived in Phoenix City, and he has already provoked so many enemies. Could it be that his identity was exposed? But it did not seem like his identity was exposed, because the strongest among these people was only at core realm, and their actual combat strength was not strong at all. In an extreme one-on-one fight, they were no match for Mo Xuanyi at all. But there were too many people participating in this battle, right? But no matter what, Yun Ju-ying decided to join the battle first. Chapter 250. This was because Mo Xuanyi's hair was already messed up from being surrounded, and she could explode at any moment. If she didn't explode now, she might not have the chance to. Yun Ju-ying dashed over. Before he even arrived, a stream of sword light had already fanned out in all directions. The sword light was still in the air, but it had already formed an arc that was more than 200 feet long, shining brightly in the night sky. It was a spectacular sight. Light flash. Sword chi. Dodge. Someone shouted, "It's the cultivation of a martial grandmaster." However, it was already too late for them to realize this. As the sword chi flew past, at least 5 or 6 people were cut in half at the waist. Blood suddenly splashed out. Yun Ju-ying's tall figure had already reached Mo Xuanyi's side. "Junior sister, are you alright?" Mo Xuanyi gasped, "I'm fine now. Senior brother, if you didn't come, I'm afraid I would have to use my secret technique." "Who are these people?" Yun Ju-ying pointed his sword around, and a stream of blood slowly dripped from the edge of the sword. "This is..." Mo Xuanyi told him what had happened, and Yun Ju-ying couldn't help but be stunned. "Junior sister? You. What's going on?" Chasing after a perverted thief was not a rare thing. However, the perverted thief was not only not afraid of a chivalrous woman, but also directly summoned many attendants and guards. This was already ridiculous enough. Following that, he could summon all the way and besiege a chivalrous woman. This matter, no matter how one looked at it, was simply unrealistic. Even in a novel, it wasn't written like this, alright? In the end, his junior sister encountered it. 6th young Master Ning's luck was pretty good, and he narrowly avoided Yun Ju-ying's fatal blow. Looking at the scattered corpses of his family members on the ground, he couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. "Who dares to meddle in my Ning family's business?" Yun Ju-ying frowned. Ning family? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Wasn't the Ning family second to none in Phoenix City? How could they do such a thing in their own home? "Let's go first." Yun Ju-ying pulled Mo Xuanyi and raised his sword. "Those who block me will die." The magnificent sword light soared into the sky. At the same time, the experts of the Ning clan who had rushed over from all directions to intercept and kill Yun Ju-ying. Yun Ju-ying was even angrier, and another fan-shaped sword chi was released. Screams filled the air as countless severed limbs fell to the ground. "If you dare to chase after me again, I'll kill you all." Yun Ju-ying took Mo Xuanyi and soared into the sky. As soon as they left, 2 nascent soul experts of the Ning family rushed over. Seeing this, their faces suddenly changed. "What's going on?" 6th young Master Ning said with a long face, "4th uncle, you have to do me justice." "You good for nothing." 4th uncle's face darkened as he ordered, "Investigate. Investigate. No matter what my Ning family has done, we can't allow outsiders to be so presumptuous. For so many years, no one has ever been able to shed the blood of my Ning family without paying a price. This time will be no exception." Before he could finish his sentence, puff, puff, puff. More than 30 heads fell from the sky one after another. A figure stood in the air like a cloud and said indifferently, "I'm shedding the blood of your Ning family. What do you dare to do?" The figure was half cloud and half mist. Standing in the air, he seemed both real and illusory. Only his cold eyes were focused on the 4th uncle of the Ning family, who had just spoken. A cloud. 4th uncle suddenly felt that he was much shorter. The Ning family is really in a good mood. The whole family came out to pick flowers in the middle of the night. How domineering. The figure in the air was Qin Fangyang, who had changed his appearance slightly and hid his body. "I've only killed 34 or 35 people on my way from the east to the south of the city. I don't know if there are any fish that escaped the net. There must be some fish that escaped the net, but with the ones I've killed, there shouldn't be many left." Before he could finish his sentence, more than 10 heads were thrown down. In the air, a graceful figure stood in the air. It was Sister Lan. Sister Lan didn't hide her appearance at all. She said indifferently, "Tell Ning Suifeng that the ban on him has been lifted. If it continues, I'll wipe out the entire Ning family." As if in response, another 3 or 4 people were thrown down from the air. Qiu Yunshang, who had been teaching Ning Qingcheng in the Ning family, appeared in the air. "For the sake of our friendship, I won't kill you this time. But if you dare to lay your hands on ordinary women and children, I'll kill you without mercy. Ha 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 ha. It seems that I, Qin Fangyang, am not honest enough to hide my face like this. Qin Fangyang laughed and showed his true appearance. He said with a loud laugh, I'm Qin Fangyang. If you don't agree, you can come to the second high school to find me. You're welcome to take revenge. Amidst his loud laughter, he turned into a cloud and disappeared with a whoosh. Sister Lan also turned into a magnificent sword light, but she didn't leave. Instead, she suddenly fell down and cut off 6th young Master Ning's head. The head flew up in the air, and then Sister Lan's figure disappeared. 4th Uncle Ning and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't dare to move, fearing that they would be killed. After a long while, looking at the rolling heads of the Ning family members on the ground, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. These were all the direct descendants of the Ning family. No matter how many people died before, no matter how many people were cursed or sick. But now, 50 or 60 of them died at once. Most of them were the backbone of the family. So many people died on the night of the ban being lifted. How many people are keeping an eye on the Ning family, waiting for the Ning family to do something stupid? Thinking of this, 4th uncle couldn't help but feel cold all over. That Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan who came today were obviously prepared. It wasn't a secret to these people that the ban on the Ning family was lifted. They were probably waiting for the Ning family to take action. Once they took action, they would immediately find an excuse to kill them, and Qiu Yunshang, he actually stood on the opposite side of the Ning family. No, this matter must be reported to the family head as soon as possible and be decided as soon as possible. Ning family. Ning Xuefeng's face was pale. He looked at the heads of the 65 Ning family members lying in front of him. His body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell down facing the sky. The order had just been issued. It hadn't even been a day, not even 12 hours. 65 people died because of it. Even if the Ning family was a 1,000-year-old family, how many people did they have in total? With the current situation of the Ning family, how many times could they withstand such a massacre? Ning Xuefeng woke up from his coma and waved his hands weakly. Family head. Move. Move them all away. Ning Xuefeng said weakly, I don't want to see this. Family head, regarding Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan. We should. What should we do? Ning Xuefeng laughed bitterly. In the family. Who is Qin Fangyang's opponent? Even if that Huayun old ancestor is willing to help, with his old injuries and illnesses, can he deal with Qin Fangyang who is at the peak of his power? Do you have any other way to deal with him? Could it be you're afraid that the family won't be destroyed fast enough? Ning Xuefeng waved his hands dispiritedly. Qiu Yunshang is also standing on the opposite side. Let's go. After a long time, Ning Xuefeng's eyes gradually became fierce. He said, the black-clothed woman who started today's incident. Where did she come from? In what aspect? Who is she from? This. I don't know. I've never seen her before. A rogue cultivator? I don't think so. She called the nascent soul young man who came to support her as senior brother. They should be from the same sect. Senior brother? Ning Xuefeng said with a gloomy face, do you know where she came from? Everyone was speechless. Never seen her before. First time in Phoenix City? Ning Xuefeng asked again. We're investigating. It should be like this. Only the two of them? Ning Xuefeng asked. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Ning Xuefeng panted heavily and said fiercely, our Ning family is unlucky. We can't do anything to Qin Fangyang and his people. We can't do anything to Freedom Dao sect. Could it be that even those two rogue cultivators who came from nowhere can ride on our heads and piss on us? You must catch these two people for me. Ning Xuefeng felt that he was about to explode. He urgently needed to find a channel to vent. But Qin Fangyang, he couldn't afford to offend. Sister Lan, he couldn't afford to offend. Qiu Yunshang, he couldn't afford to offend. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He was about to collapse. But There were still 2 people in front of him that he could afford to offend. That was the 2 of them. Forget about Qin Fangyang killing my people. He's a cloud transformation expert. The current Ning family can't afford to offend him, but you, a little girl, only have the 2 of you. 2 outsiders dare to cause trouble for my Ning family? Do you really think my Ning family is made of mud? The steward stole a glance at Ning Suifeng and sighed in his heart. He followed Ning Suifeng his whole life. He was his underling since young. Later, when Ning Suifeng held power, he became the steward step by step. But now, he felt from the bottom of his heart that the family head had changed. In the past, when encountering a difficult problem or a strong enemy, the family head would first choose to solve the most difficult one. No matter what method, how much manpower, material, and mental effort, it would be solved in the end. But now, the family head could only choose the weakest one to solve. He didn't dare to touch the strongest ones at all. So many people died in the hands of others, but the family head didn't dare to touch them. What did this mean? His drive was gone. His arrogance was gone. His fighting spirit had already been wiped out. Family head, the Ning family, this time, I'm afraid it's really over. Half an hour later. Family head. I've found out that the 2 of them are now staying at the Red Cloud Hotel. There's also a middle-aged man with them. They just entered the city today. Ning Suifeng took a deep breath. A trace of coldness flashed past his eyes. The other party has a soul transformation expert. Send a few more people. We must capture them in one fell swoop. There can't be any mistakes. He stood with his hands behind his back, his face as cold as ice. Capture. All of them. Chapter 251. Catch them and bring them back. I'll interrogate them personally. Who are they? How dare they be enemies with the Ning family? I'll deal with them personally. With a single order, all 4 nascent soul transformation cultivators of the Ning clan moved out. There were also more than 30 primal core cultivators who followed them. The pressure was unstoppable. The Ning family is not someone who can be bullied by others. Ning Suifeng's face was cold. Qing Cheng. I'm here. Come with me. The father and daughter entered the study. They left the many disciples of the Ning family outside. Ning Qing Cheng followed Ning Suifeng, but she felt that something was wrong. After entering the study and pressing a button, another dark room appeared. Ning Suifeng walked down first. After the father and daughter entered, the room lit up. And the door of the dark room was closed immediately. Ning Qing Cheng looked inside. It was a small study. She couldn't help but feel a little strange. There was a big study upstairs, but there was a small one downstairs. Dad. Well, sit down. Ning Suifeng frowned and looked at his desk. His fingers tapped on the table gently, and he didn't speak for a long time. Dad. Ning Qing Cheng was obviously puzzled by her father's attitude. He asked her to come in, but why didn't he say a word? What did this mean? Qing Teng. I believe you can see the situation of the Ning family now. Ning Suifeng had a dejected expression as he said, if nothing unexpected happens, then those uncles of yours that went to capture those 3 people will encounter a life and death crisis as well. Ning Qing Cheng opened her beautiful eyes in shock. Dad, then why did you? Don't speak first. Listen to me. Ning Suifeng smiled bitterly and said, Qing Cheng. All this time, I have only one wish. I want you to take over the Phoenix vein and ensure that the bloodline of the Ning family will continue for generations. So, when the old principal He Yuan Yu came to me for help and talked about the Phoenix vein, I was selfish for the first time. Meng Tian Yu and I, both of us have the power to make this matter quickly and efficiently reach where He Yuan Yu wants this news to go. But we didn't do it. It's probably because the 2 of them are of the same mind and have a tacit understanding of each other. When you find someone, I'll stop them. When I find someone, you'll stop them. Later on, It became a matter of two people discussing how to deal with it. To completely suppress this matter within the boundaries of Phoenix City, Ning Suifeng said softly. Ning Qingcheng was so shocked that she almost forgot to breathe after hearing such shocking news. He looked at his father. How come he didn't know anything about this before? Until He Yuanyu gave up, the two of us followed the things that He Yuanyu had mentioned before. We found Blind Hong to look at feng shui and set up a feng shui layout. Completely extinguish the phoenix's hope of soaring. Then I found so many wives and concubines, and gave birth to so many sons and daughters. All I wanted was to give birth to a daughter with the phoenix vein. In the end, it's a pity. Fortunately, I had you, and your body met the standard of the phoenix vein. Ning Suifeng's face was full of reminiscence and sorrow. He said slowly, nothing happened today. Recalling the past is like a dream. The Ning family missed a way to soar after all. Ning Qingcheng only felt inexplicably uncomfortable at this moment. She felt unprecedentedly depressed and panicked. She didn't understand why his father suddenly talked about the past. Now that I think about it, the Ning family was selfish and tried to cross the sea by deceiving the heavens. That's why it led to today's tragic ending. Tragic ending? Yes, it's a tragic ending. Ning Suifeng smiled faintly and said, isn't the situation now bleak enough? Or it will be even more bleak in the future. Maybe this is the result of deceiving the heavens and defying the heavens. His expression became distant again. He said, since I was selfish back then, I'm afraid this ending was already destined. If I really cooperated with He Yuanyu back then and waited for the phoenix spirit to break through the meridians, the Ning family, as the people who obeyed the heavens, would definitely have a great increase in fortune. At least, we could have prospered for another 1,000 years, or even longer. That was an opportunity to meet the heavens and receive the heavens, but I chose to go against the trend. You must remember in the future that when there's an opportunity in front of you, then there are only two endings waiting for you. You can either soar or fall into eternal damnation. Because an opportunity may also be a trap. If you think left, it's an opportunity. If you think right, it's a trap. He Yuanyu came to find me back then, and I took advantage of her fairness. I took the opportunity to seek benefits for my family. I thought I had succeeded, but I didn't know that the cause of the disaster was hidden. Until today. Sigh, Qin Fangyang came out to make things difficult. Although he has reached the cloud transformation realm, if I used up all the Ning family's years of savings and all the trump cards, it might not be impossible to get rid of him. But now Sister Lan came out, representing He Yuanyu. You have a guilty conscience. Ning Suifeng let out a long sigh and said, let's not talk about this anymore. There's not much time. Let's not be entangled in these matters. There's not much time. How is there not much time? Indeed, there's not much time. Ning Suifeng's eyes were filled with disappointment and said, when the ancestral grave fell, I knew that the Ning family was finished. That's why I lifted the ban, hoping to use the chaos to create a change and give birth to a child. Also has experts secretly protecting the spiritual thought goddess. The Umno Alliance certainly needs the spiritual thought goddess to die, but what they need is for her to die at the fixed time of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. It can't be delayed, but it can't be brought forward. If we want the spiritual thought goddess to die in advance, we will also be their enemy. That day when I probed, Meng Chentian almost immediately turned hostile. So I guess that Meng Tianyu is just a puppet, and the real person in charge should be Meng Chentian. And Meng Chentian's real identity and origin is most likely from the Umno Alliance. Because Meng Tianyu also wants the spiritual thought goddess to die in advance, to save the Meng family from its decline. But because of Meng Chentian, Meng Tianyu doesn't dare to move, or she can't move. Ning Suifeng said solemnly, at this point, our Ning family has no power to reverse the situation, and there is no hope. Even if we want to find some ways to continue the bloodline, it has been completely killed. Ning Qingcheng was speechless for a moment. During this period of time, bad news comes one after another. That's why I said, this time. The Ning family members who went out to capture people, I'm afraid it's not going to end well. Ning Suifeng laughed coldly. Why? Ning Qingcheng was shocked. Why? Why do you think a young lady can deal with so many people in the embryonic breathing realm in our family, and not be at a disadvantage? And her senior brother is a nascent soul realm cultivator. Then she must be a disciple of a big sect. Chapter 252. Then what is the level of the middle-aged man who came with them? If the middle-aged man was the girl's bodyguard, he would have come to the previous battle. But he didn't show up in the end. The only possibility is that he is the elder of the two. Martial uncle or martial uncle, at least at this level. Thinking of this girl's senior brother who is already at the level of nascent soul. In that case, what level of cultivation does this elder have? Ning Suifeng smiled bitterly. The most conservative estimate is at least the initial level of cloud transformation. You don't need to use your brain to think of these. Isn't it like hitting a rock with an egg when the Ning family uses nascent soul and embryonic breath to deal with cloud transformation? Is there any possibility of winning? Ning Suifeng laughed, his face full of sarcasm. Dad, then why did you send so many people? Ning Qingcheng was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Knowing that it was a hopeless situation, he sent the main force of the whole family. Only by cutting off all means of retreat can we have a chance to take drastic measures. Now that the Ning family has declined, only by sending all the basic forces of the family to create the largest scale of chaos can we attract all the forces and everyone's attention and no longer pay attention to the Ning family's ancestral house. Only then can we have a chance to talk now. What I want is for you to understand everything, from the beginning to the end. And all of this has already been said above. You have also fully understood. Ning Suifeng said heavily, the Ning family will die sooner or later, all of them. Since they will die sooner or later, they are doomed. It's better to let them die and create an opportunity for me to explain everything to you. Dad, I am also a member of the Ning family. If the Ning family is unlucky, I can't stay out of it. Ning Qingcheng's eyes were red. You are not. The descendants of the Ning family don't have that fate, the fate of the phoenix. No. No. Ning Qingcheng's beautiful eyes widened. You are not. Ning Suifeng said self-mockingly, you have the fate of the phoenix, but the Ning family doesn't. I took so many women and had so many children, but none of them could meet the requirements of the phoenix vein. It was also back then that your mother was being hunted down. I saw that she was beautiful, so I took her in and protected her. At that time, she was already 2 months pregnant. Not long after giving birth, she wanted to take you away, but I found out that you were 97 astral souls. How could I let you go? To keep this secret, I even killed your mother. Ning Suifeng looked at Ning Qingcheng and said, do you understand now? You are not my daughter, nor are you a member of the Ning family. You even have a grudge against the head of the Ning family for killing your mother. We should be irreconcilable enemies. Ning Qingcheng was so shocked that she forgot to cry. She stared at Ning Suifeng blankly. Dad, you? It's true. Ning Suifeng said solemnly, so, you'll be fine, but you can't stay in the Ning clan any longer. If you do, you'll be dragged down by the Ning clan. He took out a card and a few interspatial rings and slowly pushed them over. There are 10 billion star dollars in this card. The name of this card was registered under Yu Danqing's name. Just remember it yourself. Other relevant information, identity documents, and so on are all in this ring. These rings are the essence of the Ning clan's many years of collection. Whether it's the jade of astral souls, resources, secret books, herbs, pills, and so on. Everything you need is here. It's enough for you to squander for a lifetime. Ning Suifeng lowered his head tiredly. Move the bookcase away later. There's a secret passage behind it that leads to the outside of the city. After you get out of the secret passage, turn right and walk for about 3 kilometers. There's a manor. One of the rooms in the manor is the escape route that I've arranged long ago. Go to that house. There's a secret passage under the bed. After 10 kilometers, you'll reach the wasteland realm. Change your appearance and leave from there. Leave the central plains as soon as possible. Then, you'll be able to escape. Dad. Ning Ching Cheng burst into tears and knelt down with a plop. Ning Suifeng was not moved at all. His voice was calm. The further you go, the better. You're not a member of the Ning clan. You're not a member of the Ning clan from the beginning to the end. From today onwards, live with a new identity. If you still care about my feelings for you, then promise me one thing. In the future, if you have children, choose one of them to be surnamed Ning. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't do that. Don't think about revenge. Firstly, you don't even know who the other party is. Secondly, the other party has a grudge against the Ning clan, but not against you. Strictly speaking, I killed your mother out of selfishness. I'm your enemy. Now that the Ning clan is gone, that person has avenged you. He should be your benefactor. Ning Suifeng said slowly, Go. I won't go. Ning Ching Cheng cried. She hugged Ning Suifeng's leg and shook her head while crying. If you don't go, I'll die in front of you now. If you don't do as I say, I'll die in front of you now. Ning Suifeng pulled out his sword and stabbed it into his chest. Blood gushed out. Dad. Ning Ching Cheng screamed. If you shout any louder and alert anyone, I'll die in front of you now. Ning Suifeng exerted more force and the sword went in again. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Boo-hoo. Go. Now, go. Ning Suifeng said coldly, There's food, drink, and everything in the ring. I only need you. Go now. Don't look back. Your mother's real name is Yu Danqing. In other words, the name of the identity you're using now will be replaced by a character in the middle. Ching Cheng, you still have a bright future. Forget everything about the Ning clan. Go find your family, your father, and your future. Ning Suifeng's hand gently brushed his daughter's face. Ning Ching Cheng felt that her father's hand was cold. But she grabbed her father's hand tightly and covered her face. Feeling the warmth of her father's hand, she didn't dare to cry loudly. But she cried bitterly. It's the last minute. If you don't go, I'll die. Ning Suifeng withdrew his hand coldly. He held the sword hilt. Dad. Can I leave tomorrow? I want to stay with you for one more night. Ning Ching Cheng was heartbroken. She cried and trembled. No. The Ning clan is gone. The Ning clan is finished. Maybe the whole clan will be destroyed at any time. If you stay here for another 15 minutes, you may die here. There's no chance to escape. Ning Suifeng said coldly, 27 seconds left. Looking at her father's determined eyes, Ning Ching Cheng felt cold. Ning Ching Cheng felt cold all over. She knew that her father would do what he said. She grabbed the ring and card on the table, knelt down, and kowtowed desperately, knocking her head on the floor. Dad. I'm leaving. Ning Suifeng didn't answer. He just looked at her coldly. 10 seconds left. Ning Ching Cheng jumped up and rushed to the bookshelf crazily. She moved it away and found that there was a hole. It had been opened long ago. She jumped in. A few minutes later, Ning Suifeng stood up slowly and walked to the hole. He said lightly, This passage can only be used once. 10 minutes later, I'll press the mechanism and blow up the section in the middle. 50 meters below the hole, Ning Ching Cheng, who was still wandering, burst into tears. Dad, you're so cruel. She shouted with all her might. Dad, take care. She turned around and rushed forward desperately. In the study room, Ning Suifeng raised his head, and his tears finally fell. You're my daughter. How can I not know what you want to do? Go. From now on. I only wish you a smooth life. Go, my daughter. Although you're not my biological daughter. But I love you. He looked at the hole, cherishing it. Then, he closed the lid and moved the bookshelf back. Then, he pressed a button. The passage under the study room began to collapse bit by bit in a slow and gradual way, completely blocking the passage. It collapsed 10 meters at a time, and then continued to move forward. It kept collapsing. To an unknown position. The sound caused by this kind of collapse was very slight. If one didn't listen carefully, he wouldn't find any abnormality at all. Ning Xuefeng carefully removed all traces. Then, he pulled out the sword from his chest. The sword was stained red with blood. He looked at the blood on the sword and smiled bitterly. He murmured, I lost. I lost the whole Ning clan. But Qing Cheng survived. Although she's not my biological daughter, she'll always remember that her surname used to be Ning. The bloodline of the Ning clan will not be cut off. It will definitely continue. You've won. I'll wait for the final result. Almost at the same time when Ning Qingcheng left the Ning clan's old house, a big battle broke out in Phoenix City, and this battle attracted the attention of all the high-end forces in Phoenix City, including Qin Fangyang, Sister Lan, Mu Yangyang, Star Shield, city guards, governor's mansion. All the forces. There was no other reason except that this battle was particularly tragic. It was so tragic that it was beyond everyone's expectations. The whole Red Cloud Hotel was directly wiped out in this battle. No one knew what had happened to the Ning clan. The whole clan gathered almost all the high-end forces of the Ning clan and went to the Red Cloud Hotel to capture people. A conflict broke out on the spot. A man and a woman rushed left and right, and started a bloody battle with the Ning clan. The man was a soul transformation cultivator and the woman was at the high level of the origin core realm. However, the Ning clan was determined to deal with them this time. They didn't care about the cost and didn't care about the casualties. Plus, they had the advantage in numbers. The man and the woman slowly fell into a disadvantageous position and were in imminent danger. As the battle continued, the situation escalated and became more and more intense. The Red Cloud Hotel was completely razed to the ground. The situation of the battle changed. The man and woman fought and retreated, but they were surrounded in the sky above the square. It was difficult for them to escape. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He transformed into a green cloud and joined the battle. However, as the sword light flickered, the boundless sword light swept across the battlefield. In just a few breaths' time, the sword light had already carried a man and a woman into the sky and disappeared into the distance. The experts of the Ning clan who participated in this battle were all dead. 50 elites of the Ning clan joined forces to besiege them. Not only were they unable to capture them, but they also lost 39 people. He had suffered a crushing defeat. However, this battle caused all of the upper echelons of Phoenix City to raise their eyebrows. No one cared about the Ning clan. But who was the middle-aged man who appeared in the end? The sudden appearance of this middle-aged man instantly attracted the attention of all the experts in Phoenix City. He became the focus of attention, begging for monthly votes, subscription, recommendation tickets. Readers of other websites, if you have the ability, please come to Chijian Chinese Network and support the original version. Thank you. Chapter 253. That middle-aged man's cultivation was clearly at the cloud transformation realm, and this person's cultivation was definitely not low in the cloud transformation realm. Just based on the cultivation he displayed, he was already at the middle stage of the cloud transformation realm. But everyone had a common guess. This was definitely not his full strength. Then, who was this person? Star Shield's Han Song and the other cloud transformation realm expert had tried their best to track him down, wanting to confirm his identity. Unexpectedly, after a few turns, they actually lost track of him. Towards this result, The two of them could not help but be shocked. One must know that Han Song and the other cloud transformation realm expert had started to chase after the middle-aged man the moment he flew away on his sword. That person even brought two people with him, yet he was able to easily shake off their pursuit, disappearing without leaving any traces behind. Based on this calculation, this person's cultivation was far above Han Song and the other person. It was even not weaker than Shang Qingyun's shocking cultivation when she was at her peak. Such an expert coming to Phoenix City at such a time, what did he want to do? Would it affect the impending Phoenix Vein spirit cleansing event? This kind of person, this kind of existence, at this kind of critical juncture, the impact was huge. It could be said that pulling one hair would affect the whole body, causing great trouble in the future. Jiang Zhongbin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had a strong premonition that this group of people was most likely here for the Phoenix Vein spirit cleansing event. Once this thought appeared, he could not help but feel a headache. Fuck, was there no end to this? Jiang Wenju had just left Phoenix City yesterday and returned to the headquarters. He was still the director of Starshield and was in charge of the affairs. He was truly busy and had many things to deal with. To be able to stay in Phoenix City for 10 days was already an unprecedented exception. After he left, Jiang Zhongbin naturally returned to his position and took up his position. But this time, Jiang Zhongbin was much more obedient. The previous incident had truly frightened this big-faced Jiang. He had only neglected a step and his entire team was almost wiped out. No, if not for the last heaven-shaking hammer, his team would have been completely wiped out. It was really too close. We have to quickly think of a way to confirm the background of this group of people. Hearing this order, the subordinates all smiled bitterly. If it was just a simple investigation, it would be easy to confirm the whereabouts of this group of people. Even if these 3 people temporarily disappeared, it would not be difficult to find them in Phoenix City. But the real problem was, what would happen after the investigation? What to do? Who would dare to interrogate him? Such an expert didn't even need to make a move. He could simply blow a bunch of people to death with a single breath. Jiang Zhongbin and the others were depressed and had a headache. As for Fang Yinuo's martial uncle Fang, who had just displayed his invincible might and slaughtered the Ning clan, he was even more depressed. He was extremely depressed and had a splitting headache. In an abandoned rundown house in the suburbs, Martial Uncle Fang was staring at a martial nephew and a martial niece. The black lines on his forehead were about to evaporate. Hurry up and tell me, what's going on? Fang Yinuo was about to go crazy. I've warned you again and again to be careful, to be cowardly, and to stay low. Meditate and ponder over one's mistakes, and chat without discussing others' faults. I would rather be scolded than be punched. Especially when you're at the rear of the Astral Souls continent. You have to be even more careful. I've taught the two of you for hundreds of thousands of miles. When you came to Phoenix City, I repeatedly exhorted you and even gave you my life's wisdom and life-saving methods. Then, the two of you went out for at most 1 or 2 hours, and you caused such a huge commotion. How can I keep a low profile? How can I keep this a secret? If the whole world knows about it, I might as well have fought my way here. Yun Ju Ying and Mo Xuani lowered their heads and did not speak. Both of them were injured. You. Fang Yinuo flew into a rage. You can at least give me a little bit of time to contact your third senior sister and figure out the situation. You can't even give me that little bit of time, you're too much. I'm sorry, Martial Uncle, Mo Xuani weakly apologized. If sorry is useful, do I still need to kill people? Why don't you just come out and apologize? Fang Yinuo was even angrier. What the hell is going on? You have to explain it clearly. How did you provoke such a big family? There aren't many forces in Phoenix City that can mobilize so many people at once. You guys are too good at causing trouble, too good at causing trouble. Mo Xuani's face was full of embarrassment. He stuttered and told the whole story, but before he could finish, Fang Yinuo exploded. You. Young Miss Mo. Fang Yinuo anxiously spun around. I really didn't see it. I really underestimated you. Could it be that you came to Phoenix City to do chivalrous deeds? You're really too awesome, catching a pervert. When you came to the enemy's rear, you didn't do anything. The first thing you did was go out to do justice and catch a pervert. Fang Yinuo pulled at his hair, speechless. What kind of bad luck am I in? I actually came out with the two of you. Heavens, earth, what sin have I committed that you have to target me like this? Mo Xuanyi lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Yun Juying's face was pale. Martial uncle, junior sister is a woman. She can't stand seeing a woman being bullied like this. It's normal for her to be angry. Fang Yinuo grabbed Yun Juying's collar and pulled him up. Normal? Normal your grandma's leg. Now that things have gotten to this point, who knows when we will be implicated by her and die here. Do you think she can stand it when that time comes? This. Martial uncle, you're exaggerating. What the fuck are you talking about? Fang Yinuo said angrily. I just brought you two idiots to escape. Do you know who was chasing us? They were two transformation cloud cultivators. If it weren't for the fact that I was careful and went to explore the escape route this afternoon, even if we could escape in the end, we would have been caught by the tail and left behind some clues. Do you think we would have a good ending if we left behind some clues? Transformation cloud cultivators? How is that possible? Yun Juying was shocked. In such a small city, two transformation cloud cultivators appeared at the same time? Pig brain, Fang Yinuo said angrily. Calling you a pig brain is an insult to pigs. There's a phoenix vein here. If we want it, wouldn't they want it too? This concerns the fate of the continent. So what if there are two transformation cloud cultivators? I wouldn't be surprised even if there were two god royal cultivators. Then what do we do now? Yun Juying asked. What do we do? Let's do it. Fang Yinuo shouted angrily. Then, he sat at the side and pondered. The current situation was really troublesome. Perhaps the astral souls could not confirm their identities at the moment and only had suspicions. However, once they showed themselves, the Umno Alliance's men would know that the ravenous wolves were here. It was expected that the ravenous wolves would come looking for them. This was the biggest problem. What should they do? From tomorrow onwards, all of you will put on makeup for me, Fang Yinuo said fiercely. Make it so that even your mother won't recognize you. If you dare to make any more mistakes, I'll kill the two of you and run away. The next morning, Meng Tianyu was furious in her office. What is Ning Suifeng trying to do? Why did he make such a big fuss last night? He actually allowed the whole family to go out and pick flowers. Does he think that the situation is not chaotic enough? Does he think that our two families are not receiving enough attention? Meng Chentian stood at the side, frowning. He thought about it and still could not understand the purpose of the Ning family's actions last night. What was the real intention behind it? Did they really lose their minds? Actually, from the moment they lifted the ban on sex, it was already a crazy move. What was Ning Suifeng trying to do? How much bad news did we receive last night? Only two. They are. No need to say more. Meng Tianyu was impatient, but then her eyes lit up. Only two? So little? Tell me. The secretary's mouth began to twitch. In the past, no matter how small the misfortune was, it was something that happened once in a decade for the Meng group. Even if things did not go well, they would resolve it before the situation worsened. Now, there were two truly unlucky incidents in one night, and the chairman's comment was, so little? This sentence itself was very strange, all right? But thinking about the events of the past few days, the secretary also understood. Compared to the previous few days, there were more than 10 to 20 misfortunes coming one after another. It was indeed much less. Xiangzhou's 4th young master and Daozhou's 9th young lady died of a sudden illness. The autopsy said that it was a congenital heart attack. Fuck your bullshit. Meng Tianyu cursed. The person who made this identification has a congenital heart attack. At this moment, the phone call from the reception on the first floor came in. The voice on the other side was abnormally urgent. Chairman, Star Shield, City Tax Bureau, Law Enforcement Bureau, Audit Bureau suddenly came together. We didn't stop them. Now they have gone up. The finance department is also under control. Meng Tianyu was stunned when she heard the news. What happened? What's the situation? At this moment, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. A group of people wearing uniforms of various colors walked in one after another, flashing their identification cards to indicate their identities. Chairman Meng, I'm sorry. We are here on official business. Everyone, what is going on? Why are there so many people here? Meng Tianyu frowned and asked. Someone reported that the Meng Corporation is guilty of tax evasion, coercion, and 35 other crimes. What did you say? How is this possible? Meng Tianyu cried out. It's not possible. We need to investigate before we can come to a conclusion. And before we come to a conclusion, please forgive us. We have to do things according to the law. The leading official's face was cold. Then he ordered, search. Chapter 254. The headquarters of Meng Conglomerate, from top to bottom, was in a state of chaos. Meng Conglomerate's human resources, employees, and office space were simply too big. Although there seemed to be a lot of people present at the scene, in reality, there were far from enough manpower. Reinforcements from all over the place kept arriving, and the various departments of Meng Conglomerate were all under control. Sir, we do not object to you carrying out your duties. We are willing to cooperate, Meng Chentian said, but you cannot interfere with the normal business of Meng Conglomerate. Meng Conglomerate has hundreds of branches outside, and there are many business dealings that need to be dealt with every day. If you do this, tomorrow there will be rumors that Meng Conglomerate is going to close down. If it is just normal business dealings, please point it out, young Master Meng. We will not interfere rashly. We have made our stand clear from the beginning. We are only here for a routine investigation. We have no intention of closing down Meng Conglomerate. Young Master Meng's accusation is too big. We cannot bear it. Young Master Meng, please be careful with your words. Meng Tianyu saw that the other party was coming aggressively and was determined to take action. Naturally, she did not dare to be negligent. She immediately contacted her own connections, hoping to settle this matter as soon as possible. However, when her connections heard that the person in charge was actually Han Song from the Star Shield General Bureau, everyone retreated. No one dared to intervene at all. The Star Shield General Bureau intervened, and the person in charge was a cloud transformation expert. How obvious was this? This matter was big. Even if they had the ability to settle it, they could only shake their heads. The Star Shield General Bureau was a department that directly reported to the heavens. They could not help with this matter. Of course, more importantly, they did not dare to help. At this time, it was too late to clarify their relationship with Meng Conglomerate. Wouldn't it be stupid to jump in voluntarily? Right at this critical juncture, another major event took place out of nowhere. The Ning family's ancestral grave was surrounded by a large iron fence a few hundred meters away. This was a barrier set up by the government. After all, this area was close to the official road, and now it had become a high-risk area. They needed to prevent people from falling in. Since dawn, there seemed to be the faint sound of flowing water. At first, it seemed to be very far away, but it was rapidly approaching. As time went on, the water level in the surrounding area showed a rapid decline. Many small lakes directly reached the bottom in a very short period of time, and the water all seeped into the ground below. The artificial lake of the Ning family was not spared either. It also began to shrink. About 3 hours later, with a muffled sound, the artificial lake dried up. A large hole with a radius of 3 to 4 meters appeared at the bottom of the lake. It was so dark that no one knew where it led to. Originally, as the water level of the artificial lake dropped, the water from the Wenshui River rushed in as a replenishment. However, It obviously could not keep up with the speed of the water level dropping. Later, it became the clear water of the Wenshui River, rushing directly into the black hole in an endless stream. This situation was too strange. Even the most daring expert would not dare to go down and explore. The resulting chain reaction was the water level of Meng conglomerate's man-made lake also began to drop. In a very short period of time, it suffered the same fate as the Ning family's man-made lake. The water of the Wenshui River gushed in endlessly. As for the underground black hole, it seemed to be an infinite space. Even after containing so much water, it was still able to devour it tirelessly. This situation continued for a long time. Some people were surprised to find that the place where the Ning family's ancestral grave was originally located had now turned into a large lake. The water level was gradually rising. The water was sparkling, and no one knew how deep it was. On the other hand, the artificial lakes of the Ning family and the Meng family had also recovered to their original state. However, everyone knew that due to the replenishment of the Wenshui River, the underground water was saturated. In other words, these three places, who knew how deep underground, were connected to each other. Then, if one were to think deeper, the bottom of this entire region was empty. Below it was almost an ocean. As for the buildings above, they were like floating blocks of ice in the ocean. They were extremely unsafe and could collapse and be destroyed at any time. After realizing this, the people living in this area all panicked and fled. The governor's office had no choice but to issue a relocation order. It was probably to evacuate all the residents and companies in the area. After this series of actions, everyone was shocked to find that although this area was not small, because it had always been controlled by the Meng conglomerate and the Ning family, there were not many outsiders. If these two families were not included, it was almost a deserted area. Almost all the buildings above ground belonged to these two families. Only 2 or 3 small residential areas at the edge of the area were not under the control of these two families. The rest were the residential areas for employees, the dormitories for employees, the welfare buildings of the two families, storage bases, amusement parks, and so on. On the day the relocation order was officially issued, someone was startled by the sight and suddenly cried out in surprise, "Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why do I see that the Meng family's headquarters building is tilted a little?" More and more people noticed this and looked at it together. They were all shocked and their faces turned pale. Their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. It is really tilted. Compared to its original straight appearance, it is tilted at least 15 degrees. What is going on? What is going on? Is it going to collapse? It is going to collapse. Oh my God. Hurry up and run. After a group of experts rushed over, they investigated, measured, calculated and compared it to the previous situation. They came to a definite conclusion. Due to the inexplicable collapse of the underground area, the Meng family's headquarters building was showing signs of tilting. Moreover, the tilting was getting worse. In a few days at most, it would collapse completely. As for the direction of the collapse, the experts were shocked to find that the Meng family's headquarters building was going to collapse in the direction where the relocation order had just been issued. It was exactly the same direction. If the building were to collapse recklessly, it would connect with the front of this area. This meant that most of the buildings would collapse into the artificial lake of the Meng family's headquarters. There was no need to say anything. There was no need for the government to mobilize anyone. Everyone who was still in the area quickly ran away. They did not even mention any conditions. Earlier, there were people who wanted to build houses and shops along the street. Now, each one of them ran away faster than the other. Not running. I won't rush you. Just wait to be turned into meat patties. As for the employees of the Meng family's headquarters building, as well as the people from the related departments who were working inside, they quickly ran away as well. In just a short span of a day, the building that was once the #1 building in Phoenix City had become an empty building and a dangerous one. On the same day, the thing that Fang Yinuo was most afraid of had happened. The emissary sent a message through the sect's exclusive communication method. Since you are here, why don't you return? Fang Inuo wanted to cry but no tears came out. How could he be afraid? He was completely exposed. The wishful thinking that had been finalized could not be carried out in the slightest. It had completely collapsed. He did not even have the time to contact the people from the greedy wolf sect before he was targeted by the emissary. This is killing me. This is killing me. Fang Inuo was on the verge of breaking down. Mo Xuani was wearing very ordinary clothes. His face was dirty as he sat at the side with his head lowered. How can I find that Master's were? Martial Uncle has been watching me too closely for the past 2 days. How can I find an excuse to go out? Second high school. He Yuan Yu, who had not shown up for more than 10 days, was calling Sister Lan over. It had only been a few days, but He Yuan Yu had obviously aged a lot. Even her eyes looked a little cloudy. However, at this moment, her gaze was extremely sharp. A few days ago, the Ning family's ancestral grave collapsed. Now, the Meng family's group is going to collapse too? Sister Lan, remember to ask Zhuo Xiaojuo to go to Phoenix Head Mountain to check on the situation tonight. It's best to be careful, especially at the last moment. I understand. He Yuanyue's spirit was unprecedentedly excited at this moment. Her eyes were shining brightly. If I'm not wrong. This is going to fly. For the past 2 days, Zhuo Xiaojuo had focused all his energy on consolidating his current state, strengthening his foundation, strengthening his divine sense, familiarizing himself with his power, and practicing the new sword technique he had just learned. He was so busy that his head was about to explode. The only change was the news from Wanli Xiu that the birthday banquet was tomorrow night. Actually, Zhuo Xiaojuo did not understand this. The changes in the Meng family and the Ning family were within Zhuo Xiaojuo's expectations. Everything was under his control. But to others, it was an unimaginable change. So many changes had happened in Phoenix City in just a few days. As the governor of Phoenix City, Father Wan must be very busy. How could he have the mood to hold a birthday banquet for his daughter? Based on this understanding, Zhuo Xiaojuo had already planned to cancel Wanli Xiu's birthday banquet. Unfortunately, many things had been cancelled, but the birthday banquet itself was not cancelled. The planned big banquet was turned into a small one. He allowed his daughter and the others to have fun on their own. Other than that, there were also his family members and relatives who had arrived a few days earlier. As for outsiders, none of them were invited. Even those who had been sent invitations were told to cancel them one by one. Now, Phoenix City was silent, waiting for the rain to fall. What everyone was paying attention to, or rather, waiting for, was the moment when Meng Conglomerate's headquarters was tilting more and more to the side. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.